Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the meeting of the City Plans Panel. My name is Councillor Jim McKenna, and I will be chairing today's meeting. Could I remind everybody that today's meeting is being live streamed on the City Council website so that the public can observe the meeting without needing to be present. City Plans Panel deal with applications from the city centre as well as the largest and most significant applications the council receive. The aim of the panel is to hear all the relevant information from applicants, members of the public and council officers to help members of the panel make their decision. Could I now invite members and officers to introduce themselves and mute your microphone once you have introduced. If we could start with on my left.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Daljit Singh. I lead the City Centre planning team.
Good afternoon. I'm Phil Ward, team leader, landscape, heritage and ecology.
Hello, Gillian MacLeod, Transport Development Services Manager.
Good afternoon, Councillor Elizabeth Nash, Hunslet and Riverside Ward.
Hello, Councillor Kaylee Brooks, Little London and Woodhouse Ward.
Good afternoon, everybody. Councillor Walshaw, Headingley and Hyde Park.
Good afternoon, Councillor Al Garthwaite, Headingley and Hyde Park.
Good afternoon, everyone. Councillor Peter Carlill, Carverley and Farsley Ward.
Hello, everybody. Councillor Caroline Gruen, representing Bramley and Stanningley Ward.
Good afternoon, everybody. Councillor Dan Cohen from the Audley Ward.
Afternoon, my name's Robert Finnegan. I'm a councillor for the Morley North Ward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Councillor Colin Campbell.
Good afternoon, Councillor David Blackburn, Farnley and Wortley Ward.
Good afternoon, Councillor Paul Watts of Guys in Roden Ward.
Good afternoon, Councillor Graham Latty, Guiseley and Roden Ward.
Good afternoon, John Grieve, Governance Services, and I'll be clerking today's meeting.
Good afternoon, Stephen Varley, Design Officer.
Good afternoon, everybody. Matt Hills, Legal Services.
Good afternoon, everybody. David Feeney, Chief Planning Officer for Leeds.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Carr, Head of Development Management.
Thank you for that. And good to see that we have a full turnout today. Well done. Moving on then to agenda item number 1. Over to you, John.
Thank you, Chair. Under agenda item 1, there were no appeals against the refusal of inspection of documents. Under agenda item 2, there are no items which require the exclusion of the press or public. Under item 3, late items, I'm unaware of any late items of business. Under agenda item 4, could I ask members to declare any interests they may have? I see none, so I'll assume that is none. Apologies for absence, none, Chair. We've got a full house. Thank you.
That's great, John. Thank you. Can we move on then to agenda item 6, minutes of the previous meeting held on the 25th of November 21, and also the consultative meeting of members of City Panel held on the 21st of December. Can we start with the 21st of November? Sorry, 25th of November, I apologise. I'll just whiz through in the usual way then, page by page. You can stop me should you wish to raise an issue. Starting at page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15. Robert, please.
Thank you, Chair. Right at the end, where it was resolved, we've got a list. The list does not include the issues to do with the congestion on the 653 and the A650, which myself and colleagues raised at that particular point. I think that needs to be noted so that highways can bring back next time a better plan about how to deal with the congestion on those two roads. Thanks, Chair.
Moving on then, was up page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and finally 25. With that addition from Councillor Finnegan, can we agree those as a correct record? I take silence as agreed, yep. Okay, moving on then to the meeting held on the 21st of December, the consultative meeting, page 27, page 28, page 29, and a little bit on page 30. Can that be moved as a true and correct record? Thank you. Any matters arising from it? We have had one. Or can I move on now to agenda item 6? I'll move on to agenda item 8. Over to you, Daljit.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just move around this way, it'll be easier for me. Toby, can we have the next slide, please? Next one. Oh, thank you. So, members, this item is a formal application for determination. It's for 2 residential tower buildings on a podium, and it's been to plans panel before as a pre-application item when members were broadly supportive of the principles of the proposals and the form of the development. For those members that didn't go on site visit this morning, I've got a few slides here just to set the site context. The site itself forms part of a wider redevelopment site that used to be occupied by the former Doncaster Mungridge Works. The site has been cleared for a number of years and has now got consents for development by different owners who have bought parcels of the land, and some of those consents are under construction and being implemented. This aerial predates that development activity, but the portion of the site we're dealing with today is in the northeast corner of the wider site, and it's outlined in red on the image. It's bounded by the canal to the eastern side, by the disused railway viaduct, which is a listed structure immediately to the north, and then beyond the existing office development to the south, there's the Whitehall Road, which is a main route into and out of town. The wider context is, as I said, one of regeneration with various consents that have been granted and some underway. The blues and yellows show the consents that have been granted by plans panel in recent years, and as members will know, some of that development is well underway, and the area is changing from what used to be industrial and warehouse character to much more high density residential office developments with enhanced public realm. The proposals for your immediate consideration this afternoon are the ones indicated in purple. The proposals for 488 residential unit flats in 2 tower blocks. The lower one will be 26 stories in height, and the one closest to the canal, the taller one, is 31 stories in height. In terms of the just the site context, this is a view of looking towards the site across the river and the canal from Whitehall Road. To the left, we have the Yorkshire Post offices, which front Whitehall Road. That is a disused viaduct, listed viaduct, and that will become a public space, and that development is being carried out in conjunction with the residential scheme immediately to the north of the viaduct. And as you can see, that's on site now. And the development site we're dealing with is in between these two areas. This is a view looking across the canal from the Pocket Park, between which is an area of green space between the river and the canal, and it's looking towards the site. So that's the site. And this morning we stood by the canal side, roughly in this location, and that's the listed viaduct to the right. And it just gives you an idea of the context. And then this is a photograph along the canal side, and the site. Members will have noticed this morning there's a levels change. So the actual ground level of the pedestrian routes within the site are higher than the canal level here, and there are proposals as part of this development to negotiate that through ramps and steps. In terms of the wider context, members will note that we do have a speaker this afternoon representing City Island, and City Island in this image is a block of flats on the other side of the viaduct and the river, sorry, the canal. This is the route that we walked along this morning. So this is a route which is on the southern side of the site, and you can see the level changes again from the canal up to the route, which then goes into the wider development site. And this is an aerial image of the site itself. This is taken from the raised viaduct, which will be a public space, and the site has been prepared, groundworks have been undertaken, and the development across the road on this plot, which has got planning permission, is already underway. And then this is an existing road which has been provided. It links the wider site and this site into Whitehall Road, and that was put there to serve the first element of this wider regeneration, which was the office building here, but also ultimately to serve the wider redevelopment. And I think the final photograph we have is a photograph from Whitehall Road, looking back towards the city centre, and the site is located there. There is a consent for a 10-storey office building in the foreground, so it's not a realistic image of what will hopefully come along in terms of redevelopment, but the site would be there. As I said, the proposals are for 2 tower blocks. I don't think this image shows it that clearly. I think I'll go on to the next one. So the proposals are for 2 tower blocks. This is a 26-storey, that's a 31-storey, and the area around between the 2 residential blocks and the viaduct would be a public space, treated both with soft planting and hard landscaping. And there'll be a public route, continuation of that canal side path enhancement with extra tree planting and provision of ramped access up to this level. The two towers would be linked by a podium element here, and that would have a raised roof garden area for the residents only, and that's defined by these lines here and along there. So this is a raised area which won't be accessible for the general public. That's the approach to some of the planting. It indicates the trees to be retained, which are those two, and then the extra tree planting in this different colour, and also the opportunities for understory planting as well. And there are some indicative details about the species that will be coming through. So in terms of trees, I think at this stage the proposals are for alder, white willow, acer, field maple, hawthorn and goat willow. But obviously those are details that we can control through the conditions. And if members have comments on that, we can pick those up. And then that's an indication of some of the site planting, lower plants and shrubs. Now, members at pre-application stage did ask some questions about informal play for children. And the intention is very much to design that into the public realm. And these different coloured areas indicate opportunities where informal play could be designed into those spaces. So we have a more formal sort of grassed area here and a hard landscaping space there. And there's obviously the movement spaces along the canal and between this development site and the existing office block. But these areas bordered by the coloured hatching along there provide opportunities for informal play. And the approach is that there will be designed based on themes of mystery, sensory and discovery play. And here are some of the types of examples which could be considered. So there's a planting maze, which is, I think, shown by this. There's logs and stepping stones, a weaving tunnel, opportunities for sensory through different types of planting, colours, flowers, and tactile wall. Also opportunities to play hide and seek. So that's something that the developers have responded, I think, positively to in terms of members' comments. In terms of the public realm, there will be the main public spaces between the two residential buildings and the viaduct. This is some 1,400 square meters in area, and as I said, it's designed to serve different functions and cater for different types of activities. So not only is it a movement space and a space to serve what may be commercial uses in the arches of the viaduct, but also you've got softer planting and green areas for people to be able to sit out in, as well as the need to access through into the buildings itself. And then next to the canal side, we have to deal with the level changes. So that's the ramped access and stepped approach there. Now on site, there was a question raised about the actual line of the building. And I've looked into that further after the site visit, and the hoarding line, the timber hoarding that members saw, was this line here. And the proposal here is to set the ground floor in. So as part of the detailed design of the building, there'll be a colonnaded treatment, which is indicated by these white squares at ground floor level. But it means the actual building line is set further back from the hoarding. The distance from the canal edge to this line is 7.5 meters. And then there's a further 2.4 further 2.1 meters. So the overall depth from canal edge to the building line is 9.4 meters. Sorry, a further 1.9 meters in terms of colonnade. So the overall distance is 9.4 from that edge to the building line, and from that edge to the colonnade is 7.5 meters. So hopefully that will answer the question that was raised on site. And then the final edge, which is off the access road, which is already provided. The proposals are to provide a lay-by here for vehicles and for servicing needs. And this will be a continuation of the footpath by the side of the office block as you go towards the viaduct. In terms of surfacing treatments, this is an example of the kind of appearance and types of treatments that the developer has in mind. Again, we will be conditioning the details. And then this is a visual of that space between the viaduct and the development, so that's the podium level there, and then the different types of areas, character that they can create in that space. I think this is a slide just showing the potential, how the design proposals respond to what will be public routes in and around the site, and the potential for views from the building to the immediate surroundings. In terms of the ground floor treatment or the basement treatment, there will be some car parking provided on site. Now, there's 488 units. The approach has been very much that this is a sustainable location with easy access to services, and therefore car ownership or car use doesn't need to be as high. So it's a limited amount of car parking. There's only 21 car parking spaces. There'll all be electric vehicle charging. There will be 418 cycle parking spaces, and there is a mezzanine floor at this level as well, which accommodates, helps to accommodate that volume of cycle parking. And in terms of the next slide, yeah, that shows the mezzanine level, and I think that's a cycle parking area there. And this area also includes the back of house, the plant, and so on. And then this just shows, I think this is meant to show how, to demonstrate how cyclists can navigate around the area, get into the building, park their bikes, and then get out again. And there will be a cycle rail, as it were, along with where steps need to be negotiated to move the bikes into and off the site. And then a bit more detail on the podium level planting. It will be an private outdoor amenity space, and as part of the approach, as well as having soft planting on that medium space, that there isn't on that outdoor space. There is also an opportunity to have vertical planting and climbers, and that to the south side. So that area, that purple line there, indicates the areas where there's opportunities because of the tiered way the site steps up. And the proposal is to have some climbing type plants like clematis and star jasmine and silver tassel. So there's some examples given, and that's again will be controlled through the details. And then moving on to the building. So the approach very much is to have an ordered, calm building with a limited palette of materials, but concentration on the detailing, and to make sure we have a clear base and a defined top, as well as ordered architecture in terms of the middle. And from a townscape point of view, I think officers have worked hard with the developer to ensure that these are seen as points of height, similar to historic points of height, which we have in Holbeck, which is visible from Whitehall Road as you look, and other tall towers that we've considered, rather than large, potentially slab-like developments which would unduly dominate the intimate settings of the canal and the public spaces. And hopefully what we'll show demonstrates that we've been able to achieve that. So this is a view from the north. So if you were on the viaduct you were looking towards the site, this is what you'd see with the canal to the left, the taller tower, the podium, and then the lower tower. They're not realistic views because we would never see it in this way. You know, you'd see oblique views and views over and underneath structures. And then I think this is a view from where's this? Just bear with me, members. So this is the eastern elevation. So this is a taller tower. In the eastern and western views, the towers will block each other out. So you'd either mostly see the shorter tower or the taller tower. And then that's a view from the south. And again, this is, you know, there's an office building in front. So the view would be, you know, we would never get this view as a true view because of the development in front. And then finally, the western view. In terms of materiality, the proposal is to use two distinct tones of brickwork. And that's to emphasize both the horizontal and vertical elements of the design. There's a further definition being created by the layering of the materials. There's a as I said, there's a colonnade to the ground floor, and with the ground floor set back. And there's also a different treatment to the ground floor with the GRC and with the columns, which provides a distinct base. There would also be interest created by the use of balconies in certain to a certain number of the flats. That's more detail on that ground floor treatment. So there's a gap between these columns and the back of the building. And then the upper floor, the middle part of the building, again, we've got clarity on the approach to how the windows will be treated, the partitioning of them, the fact that the windows are large openings, 2 meters floor to ceiling, which will give good light and outlook from the residential apartments. There will be 33 balconies, and they're in these locations going up the tower. They can't go all the way up because of wind microclimate issues, but where they can provide them, where there are views and there'll be a positive amenity addition, they have provided them. And then in addition, there'll be 164 Juliet balconies. So there'll still be an opportunity to open windows and to interact with the outside, as it were, in that way. And these shadings show where those will be. And then just some typical floor layouts. We are getting a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bed units. Because of the form of the buildings, there'll be a central core, which is the yellow shaded area here. And then you get the arrangements around that central core. And each floor will have different size of units, as indicated by the different colours. That's upper floors. And then the final floor on the taller element. And then I've got a slide here of distances. So I've already mentioned the distance, the gap to the canal side. In terms of that main public space there, it's 10.2 meters to the ground level, 7.5 to the upper floors of the building at the narrowest point, but then the building splays away and it's at the widest point it's 18.6 meters at this point. In terms of the emerging development on the north side, the gap between the corner of the nearest residential tower on the north side and the nearest residential proposal on this side will be 30.5 meters, and then it widens again to 37 meters there, just over 37. The gap between the two towers is 17 meters, and then to the office development to the south side, it's about 16 meters. And then I think this is just a typical layout of the apartments. I suppose the point to make here is that members did raise the issue about the percentage of 3-bed units at pre-app stage, that there were just over 7%. The developer has responded to that by increasing that provision to just over 9%. And I think within the city centre context and the evidence we have about demand, that officers think that's an acceptable proposition. But again, it's for members to take a view on that. And then I think these areas just show the communal residential amenity spaces. There will be internal communal amenity spaces as well as the outdoor areas. And these areas show the different spaces at ground floor, at the mezzanine level, at first floor, and on the 30th floor on the tallest tower. So basically, top floor, almost there's a communal amenity space for the residents. And then finally, just some CGIs. I do have to apologise. These images haven't come out as well as they should, but it's really to give some flavour of before and after. So that's what you see at the moment, and this is a proposal. This is as seen from the canal side, and then this is as you were walking along the canal towpath on the opposite side of Whitehall Road back towards the site. Members will recall we've already given planning permission for a residential scheme on the opposite side of Whitehall Road. That's the existing Yorkshire Post Office building. Those are the proposed towers. And then back to that image that we've seen before. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Aljit. Moving on then, we do have an objector, which I'll bring forward before we get the opportunity to question officers. So if I can invite David Sweeting, please, to come forward to make his representation. Is it?
It's not David Sweeting.
You know, oh, sorry, it is Andrew Steer. Sorry, I'm looking at developers. Yep. Yes, indeed. David Sweeting is supporter of the application. Slight difference. Good afternoon, Andrew. Good afternoon, Andrew. You have 4 minutes to make your representation. Please begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here in my capacity as a director of City Island Management Limited. That's the resident management company of the City Island developments. So I'm representing the views of 404 leaseholders and around 700 residents at City Island. So City Island's only 18 metres away from this proposed development. So we've played quite a keen interest actually in this planning application. We've engaged with Hub throughout the process, provided constructive feedback. But despite the lengthy consultation, none of our views have actually been taken into account in the final planning application. Hence, we feel the need to address the committee here today. We've got 4 primary concerns. Number 1, the proposed height of the development. Number 2, we think it's out of character with the surrounding area. Number 3, there isn't really any attempt to integrate with surrounding area, and there's a lack of facilities within the developments. And finally, potential disturbance during construction works. So taking these in turn, ladies and gentlemen, so the proposed height will a whopping 31 stories. The development will stand head and shoulders above all other buildings in the surrounding area. You need to travel over 1 kilometre to Bridgewater Place to find a building of equal height. No other proposed developments in the area come close to the 31 stories, despite this being an area designated for tall buildings. We've looked through Hub's attempts at legitimising this height creep in their glossy promotional materials, but we're just not convinced. Neither the current comparators nor developments in the pipeline can justify a building of this magnitude. Although the tower blocks may sit comfortably when viewed from the town hall or Park Square, they will represent an overbearing feature when viewed from City Island. As part of their consultation, Hub stated they were amenable to a building with a height of between 26 and 31 stories. But despite our pleas to limit the heights of this building as far as possible, Hub have disregarded our views in order to maximise floor space and consequentially profit. We respectfully request the committee limit the building to 26 stories. Turning to our second concern, we think it's out of character with the surrounding area. So you, as decision makers, you need to give considerable weight to preserving the setting of listed buildings. The Chief Planning Officer's report notes that the height of these buildings would cause considerable change to the Grade 2 listed viaducts. The utilitarian and box-like nature of the design is not contextually appropriate given the Grade 2 listed surroundings. It would not sit well either with the current curved arches of the viaducts or the curved form of City Island and adjacent listed roundhouse buildings. We feel the design is fundamentally a missed opportunity. Yes, the blockish nature of the development will minimise design and build costs whilst maximising square footage, but it is lacking in any creative vision and does nothing to appease the city's strong architectural and industrial heritage. To quote a well-known newspaper columnist, the edge of the canal will soon resemble a depot of discarded fridges. We'd be interested to hear the panel's views and how it thinks this development will be judged in years to come against Leeds architectural heavyweights, the likes of Broderick, Leeming and Gilbert Scott. Our third concern, a lack of attempt to integrate with the surrounding area and a lack of facilities. The Chief Planning Officer's report notes that it will improve permeability from Whitehall Road. We requested that Hub provide access to the new public realm from the opposite side of the canal for City Island and other residents. However, no direct access has been included in the final plans. As a result, the development will be self-contained and will not integrate with the surrounding area as professed in the Chief Planning Officer's report. We note that the highway has been deducted from the gross site area, conveniently bringing the site under the policy G5 threshold, which would require provision of open space. This is despite there being a chronic lack of green open space in Leeds city centre. There are 2,500 apartments approximately in the pipeline in this development and the surrounding area. And as a City Island resident for the past 10 years, I can testify personally to the fundamental lack of amenities within the city centre. There's one oversubscribed doctor surgery, no dentist except the NHS.
Could you finish with a sentence, please?
I can, absolutely. So to sum up, there's a fundamental lack of facilities within this development, which does nothing to appease nor attract families as envisaged in the Chief Planning Officer's report. And finally, if I may have just a sentence on the disturbance during construction works. Thank you. We are pleased that the Chief Planning Officer acknowledges our concerns regarding construction noise and disturbance. Can we therefore request that a condition be included in any planning application granted, restriction construction works between the hours of 9 AM and 6 PM? Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Andrew. If you could remain seated, there may well be questions from members. Questions from members, please, to Andrew. Councillor Groom, please.
Thank you. Could you tell us exactly what difference lowering the height of the building, as you're suggesting, would make to the experience of the people who are residents in City Island, please?
Absolutely. We think that would actually allow the building to sort of more seamlessly integrate with this, not only the current buildings, but also the buildings that are proposed in that area. There's a separate development going on the other side of the viaduct, which is going to be a maximum height of 21 stories. Our preference would be to bring the proposed development more in line with that building. And we think that would actually more fully integrate with the surrounding skyline, as opposed to just being this, huge kind of Dalek-like structure that appears from nowhere and doesn't really appease the local environs.
So this is about your view, basically, what you see.
It's a collective view of residents within the City Island development as a whole. I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't knocked on every 404 leaseholders, but we've held meetings. We're a board of 8 directors. We've held countless discussions with Hub and made our views known. So as far as we can say, this is the collective view of the City Island development, yes.
Hugh, any further questions from members? I see no hands. Can I therefore, Andrew, thank you for your contribution and invite the applicants to come forward. There's quite a list of them. I don't know. There's David Sweeting, but there's a list of others. So is it okay? Please come forward. Just to remind you, you do have 4 minutes. However you divide the time up, it will still be 4 minutes. Could you start by introducing yourself and then begin when you're ready?
Thank you. Chair, members, officers, members of the public, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Damien Sharkey, Managing Director of Hub, the developer who owns Latitude Blue site. Hub was set up in 2012 with the focus of providing mid-market homes in sustainable locations for the hard-working individual. To date, we have delivered 13 homes with a further 17 homes on site across the UK. Building on this ambition, our proposals for Latitude Blue aim to deliver 488 homes, including policy-compliant, on-site affordable homes and extensive high-quality public realm.
Could you bring the mic a bit closer to you?
Yeah, sure. Further away. Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Latitude Blue is one of 2 neighbouring sites acquired by Hub and Bridges Fund Management, the UK's largest social impact fund, in January 2021, and marked our first investment in the north of England. The first of 2 sites, Latitude Purple, was acquired with planning consent for 463 homes, with construction work starting on site in October 2021, only 9 months after the site was purchased. Works are due to complete in April 2024. If planning permission is granted this afternoon, Hub is committed to starting works on Latitude Blue later this year, bringing the total number of homes being delivered by Hub across the 2 sites to nearly 1,000 homes. Over the last year, we have worked in close collaboration with Leeds City Council, local organisations and members of the local community to bring forward proposals for Latitude Blue. This has included several online and in-person public consultation events, a presentation to the Leeds Civic Trust, who have noted their support for the scheme, and discussions with the Canal and Rivers Trust and Historic England. The proposals were also presented at a pre-application plans panel in August 2021. While members were generally supportive of the proposals, we have listened to comments raised and made the following amendments prior to submission. Inclusion of informal play space. The lawn area now includes integrated children's play space to encourage exploration and activity. Building 2 has moved further away from the viaduct and canal to improve accessibility and connectivity. Additional private amenity space has been added in the form of projecting balconies and Juliet balconies. Provision of 3-bed homes has increased from 7% to just under 10%. Amendments to the facade, including brick tones and mortar colours to reflect the historic vernacular, and additional cycles provision has been provided on the ground floor. Of the 488 homes proposed, 7% will be affordable rent in line with Leeds planning policy, including a 3-bed, 5-person wheelchair accessible home to meet the needs of Leeds housing register. 88% of the homes will be accessible and adaptable homes, which significantly exceeds the policy requirement of 30%. The scheme also delivers policy compliant wheelchair accessible homes. High quality internal and external residential amenity is also provided, including a podium garden with a viewing deck overlooking the canal and a sky lounge offering views over the city. Delivering a scheme that is energy efficient, sustainable and fit for future generations is extremely important to us, particularly in Leeds given the climate emergency. The site is in a highly sustainable location, therefore the proposals deliver low levels of car parking, 21 electric vehicle charging spaces and over 400 cycle spaces. The proposed energy strategy ensures that 15% of demand is above the policy target of 10% will be generated through renewable energy sources, including nearly 240 solar panels and a wastewater heat recovery system. In summary, Latitude Blue will bring much needed housing to the city and add to the vibrancy and vitality of the area already in transition. The scheme supports Leeds' strong growth ambitions and will bring forward development on a prime brownfield site that has been vacant since 2005. We feel we have responded positively to your comments made in August 2021, and we hope members will support the application this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. If you would remain seated, members may wish to ask questions. Can I start with Councillor Latty, please?
You certainly can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello. The couple of points that I would like to raise. One, when we looked at it this morning and looking at where your development is going to be in relation to the viaduct and the podium that you're putting between the two towers, you've said yourself just now offering views across, etc., but it is below the level of the viaduct. Is that intentional, and if not, is it possible for it to be, or is it even sensible for it to be at a height whereby it might offer views around the city? And the other point was touched upon whilst we were there this morning, that you're very probably undertaking to do some work on the viaduct itself, improving access to and egress from the viaduct. Now, this is something that we've had promised to us over many, many, many years, and it's never materialised. One, is this a serious proposition? And two, are you really going to do it?
All right, thank you for the questions. The first one, yes, the link building between the two towers is at a lower level. That's on purpose. The viaduct is the main landscape public realm, and we're not looking to compete with that. This is a more intimate private amenity space that does give views of the canal and down onto the public realm. It's not seen as being a large high space offering views over the city. We do have higher spaces within the building, which are internalised at the top of the building, which do offer views over the city, and which is accessible to all residents, including those living in the affordable homes. Your second question, we don't actually have control of the viaduct. Our site demise runs up to the boundary of the viaduct. However, we're working very closely with CDL, the developer of the adjoining site, and the viaduct is currently being delivered. The staircases are in place and the landscape's currently being delivered on top of the viaduct.
Please.
Councillor Latty, just to clarify on that second point, we did discuss the link up to the viaduct, but it's in relation to the second scheme on the agenda. So the people who will be delivering it are the Wellington Place developers.
Because we were talking about this gentleman's development at the time, I obviously, dodderer that I am, got it wrong. Okay, I apologise for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Just under half of what you're proposing at this point, 1-bedroom flats at this particular point, which is way over the proposed target in H4. Where's the evidence that there is this sort of demand for 1-bedroom flats? And don't 1-bedroom flats encourage a transient community and all the problems that brings?
I think I'm going to let David, our planning consultant, answer this question.
Afternoon all. So as part of the application submission, we prepared a housing need assessment that looks at the demographics of the housing market character areas for the city centre and the inner area. And from that, it's clear that there's a high number of sort of 19 to 34 people within that housing market area, and also a high number of renters, high number of single occupant requirements within those housing market areas, and from that derive that sort of number of one-bed units within the development.
Councillor Garthwaite, please.
Yes, I was going to ask on the same subject. It seems very chicken and egg to me. That's what is available in the city centre, therefore that's who lives in them. It doesn't mean that other people might not like to if there were larger flats and larger accommodation available. Otherwise, if that's all that's provided, then that's who's going to be there. There's quite a lot of evidence of loneliness that comes about through living in one bed enclosed units, and this talk of, and then they can do homeworking as well. Well, you know, what fun for them. I don't think it would be. What are the plans to make it more sociable for all the people? And also, would you reconsider that and have some larger units? Because I think that I'm personally like to see a wide demographic and spread of different types of residents all living in one area. I think that's what's more desirable in an area. I have got another question, but if you could answer that first.
Yeah, I'll take this one. We agree about having a mix, the right mix in the area. And I think that's why your comment was taken on board from last time regarding the number of 3 beds. We've designed these 3 beds in a way that they're suitable for families, but also suitable for shares. Because to combat loneliness, it's a really relevant point, and it's one of the reasons that also the amenity space in these buildings has increased substantially since we were here previously. Because what we encourage people across all of our developments is to come together in the amenity spaces. We provide high quality amenity space that's well lit, and people come together and we've co-working space, we've reading rooms, we've libraries, and that's the space where people come out of these apartments and come together. They're extremely well used, particularly when they're tied into good quality external amenity space. And that's how we see loneliness being combated in this development. We also run a number of events to encourage people to come together. This is not a development where people go into their flat. It's a community where people actually use the amenity spaces, and they're very much encouraged to do that. There's no additional rent. There's no fees for using this space. It's all part of the rent to come together.
Members, I think it may help if I just remind members what the actual proposal is. So on page 49 of the papers in the report, although nearly 45% of the total number of 488 units will be 1 bed, 46%, nearly 46% will be 2 bed. And as Damien has said before, nearly 10% will be 3 bed. So the majority of the proposals will be 2 bed or more. But yes, that's the split. In terms of our policy targets, there's no minimum. The maximum that the policy allows in this location is 50%. So it's compliant with that, in that it's no more than 50%. It's only 45% or 44.9. The maximum of 2 beds that the policy allows is 80%, and the minimum that it requires is 30%. And this scheme is delivering nearly 46%, so it's compliant with that element. And then in terms of the 3 bed, the minimum that the policy requires is 20%, and that's where there is a challenge, as we know, in the city centre. But this proposal is providing nearly 10%, which, because of this number of units, is actually 45 units. In actual unit numbers, that's quite a significant number. But because of the local demographics and local need, we're not achieving 20%. And the policy does allow for that to be taken into account. That 20% provision is meant to be authority-wide, and it does recognise that different locations may mean a different approach. So hence the reasoning in the report, but that's the actual mix. Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation, Daljit. Al, please, you have another question, or maybe you want to come back on this one.
Yeah, no, I'll go to my next question. Could you please tell me about what arrangements you're making for safety and security on the site, both for people who live there, for people who might visit, and members of the public who might pass by on the canal, etc. There's a mention on page 58 at the top of lighting, but I've not been able to find anything else. I have asked in the past that this be particularly reported on, but anyway, if you could tell me what it is, not just the actual safety, also the perception of safety, which I think is extremely important.
Yeah, I completely agree. It is that perception of security. It's worth noting that this is a professionally managed building, so there'll be a 24-hour concierge and a 24-hour team on site. The whole of the ground floor is going to be activated, so it'll be well lit, but most importantly, it'll have passive security. That's always our number one form of security. It's having people in a building with good lighting, and we'll also have salto locking systems, CCTV, etc. But fundamentally, it needs to be well lit with people on the ground floor. We want to strike a balance in the public realm areas. We want to allow people in and around the building. We don't like to put up gates or barriers, but we will have access control into the building to ensure safety and security of our residents. There'll also be various access control to all the amenity spaces. Does that answer the question?
And how about people who might be coming, say, in the dark, and they've been working in town, so they're coming on foot back home at night? So not actually once they're in the building, but, you know, approaching it or coming along the canal or something like that.
Yeah. So within our demise, we will have this scheme really well lit. We'd also have a drop-off area, and we also have the ground floor car park. It's worth noting we don't have a basement here. So there's various access points that people can come into this scheme. We can only control what's in our demise, but what's in our demise is going to be very well lit. It's also worth noting that the front of our building faces onto the arches, which will also be activated, hopefully in time, with uses. So hopefully it'll be a safe, secure environment, and we'll do everything we can within our control to ensure our site's well lit and secure. It's worth noting that we're already developing the scheme next door. So we already have those systems in place next door, and we'll be looking at taking that across if we get consent today.
Just to add to that, if I may, the application is supported by an external lighting assessment. So it is lit from a safety perspective, but also we've considered biodiversity matters. So along the canal edge and within the viaduct. So consideration has been given to biodiversity as well as public safety.
I do have one other, if I may, Chair. This is again a different point, but I wondered how you respond to the objections from the City Island, particularly the integration, I think, and also how you're going to minimise noise and disturbance.
Yeah, sure. I'll start with the noise and disturbance. We've had various meetings with all the community, including City Island residents. So look, I touched on, we're a responsible developer. We use social impact money. It's really important to us that we create a positive legacy everywhere we go, and we proudly sign up to a construction management plan that we honour. That goes into our building contracts, and we will sign up to these city centres working hours, but we also make ourselves available. You know, we issue a monthly newsletter. There's a great amount of detail about what's going to happen in the month coming. Is there going to be noisy works? Is there going to be dusty works? How we're going to control that? And that is a joint statement newsletter that's released by ourselves and our contractor. We'll contact details directly for ourselves if there's any problems. And there is sometimes problems, but we deal with them. So that's that one. And in terms of engagement, a lot of the concerns that we were asked about was overshadowing of the neighbouring buildings. So we carried out a detailed overshadowing analysis, and we are between 80 and 110 metres away from City Island development, so we don't overshadow the development. but we're very keen to continue to work with City Island residents. We're a long-term developer here. We don't come and get planning and leave. We build all our buildings, we manage all our buildings, and we really, regardless of the outcome today, we want to continue that dialogue to see can we ensure that we have a positive relationship moving forward.
Thanks, Chair. 9.5.2, it makes reference to Strategic Housing Market Assessment 2011. I'm just wondering why we're not using the more up-to-date 2017. Or is it a typo?
Question for you?
Yeah, the 9.5.2 refers to the planning policy, the adopted planning policy, which was adopted in 2014. So it probably refers to the evidence base which informed that at the time. Policy, there's always policy work carrying on. No doubt colleagues are working on further data and assessment today, but until that point, our policy is as per 2014.
I mean, yeah, it's not ideal, is it? So I was wondering as well, if it's 45 units for 3-bed, what are the numerical values for the rest of the percentages? And I've got a couple more as well, please, Chair, if that's okay.
Sorry, is that a question you want to Damien, or do you want to ask officers?
Either. Don't mind.
Well, at this stage, we'll ask for an answer from Damien, and you can again ask of Daljit when we go to officer.
Yeah, sure. So we have 221 bed homes, 223 2-bed homes, and 45 3-bed homes.
Thanks for that. And is there any plans to put a formal playground in, or would it all be sort of, I don't know what you'd call it, informal play?
Well, after we were here last time, we took it away and we drew up various versions, which included, gated playground. But we felt that we wanted to keep that public realm as open as possible, and that's why we've created the play space to be more fun, open, vibrant. So it's not gated in any way, but it is play space. It's play space we want families and children to come enjoy. We're happy to go into that in much more detail in terms of how that all works. If it's necessary to condition that, we're happy to. But we've done a huge amount of work on it to date, and we really think it's not right to create some sort of formal gated playground on this site.
And how many flats have access to the balcony? I apologise if you'd already covered that in the presentation.
So in total, 40% of the homes have access to either a projecting balcony or a Juliet balcony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kaylee. Any further questions from members? Councillor Cohen, please.
So, sorry, part one is just, could you just repeat those housing numbers for me? It's question one. Question two, the objectors referred to a condition that they would like to see. I'd be interested to know if that would be acceptable to you, to put restrictions on construction from 9 AM to 6 PM Monday to Friday. Is that something you'd be able to live with? And also, when I look back at the notes from the meeting in August, colleagues had concerns about the number of car parking spaces being 22. I see that, in fact, not only have we not taken those concerns on board, we've actually reduced them further to 21. So I'd like some detail on all of those, please. Thank you.
Of course. So point one, we have 220 1-bed homes, 223 2-bed homes, and 45 3-bed homes. In terms of working hours, we're very happy to sign up to Leeds City Council's working hours. It's something that's necessary to sign up to for what our contracting partners in terms of getting deliveries to the site and so on. And in terms of car parking, it's fair to say we had a debate last time about car parking. We truly believe this is a sustainable location in the city, and if we can't make a low level of car parking work in this site, we won't be able to make it work in any of our sites across the UK. We really want to encourage people not to use the car. You know, that goes into it in our travel plan we give to all our residents. We encourage sustainable means of transport. We have car club. We have over 400 cycle spaces here that the cycle storage allow for a variety of bikes, including e-bikes. We put the cycle storage in good spaces, safe spaces, well-lit spaces so people use them. We provide a variety of them across the development, both for our residents and visitors. And I guess that's it in a nutshell.
Don't mind, just on the reason why the number reduced, we took on board comments from members in the August plans panel about the location of the building adjacent to the canal. So we moved it 1 metre away from the canal and 1 metre away from the viaduct, which meant that the car park area had to reduce in size. And also comments from councillors on the amount of cycle storage within the car park. So we've included some Sheffield style spaces within the car park. So that's why the number reduced from 22 to 21.
My colleague, Councillor Walshaw, always says we are a details panel. Now, as my maths teacher will testify, my maths is not great, but your application is for 488 properties and you give me 489.
221. Yeah. 223. Yeah. Well, one plus 3 is 4 plus 5 equals 9. That's not what. That's fine. That's not what you said. That's what threw me. As I said.
Details panel.
Details, you see. Single bed. Oh no, it's not single bed, is it?
Is that okay, Dan?
I like things to add up, Chair.
I can't see any members requesting any more questions. Can we thank Damien and it was David for a presentation, and we'll move on now to questions to officers, which will be Dalgid initially. You may want to have a question to Gillian regarding Highways version of the car parking. So I can see Colin first. Yep. Great.
Just a couple of quick ones, Chair. Maybe I should have asked the developer. The balconies, we always discuss balconies about whether the space is actually usable or not. And I notice it describes them as 5 square meters, but can you actually tell me what the dimensions are? The width and the depth. And secondly, are there any working hours restrictions on the adjoining development? Because if there are, it would seem logical to have the same ones on this one. That's a comment as well, isn't it? Yeah.
It may be a question and a comment best dealt with by David Sweeting or a member of his team, please, if you could come back. Good afternoon. Did you hear the questions or do you wish to have them repeated?
I heard the balcony question.
Okay.
2.7 by 1.8 circa. Obviously, detailed example, that's what we're looking at. We're looking at depth that you can get a table and a chair on there sensibly rather than being squished up and you can't get anyone sat on there and it's useless.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. What, did you? Can you say it again?
2.7 by about 1.8 at the moment. So sensible enough so you get a chair, table, and you can sit around it sensibly rather than being squished up.
The second question, Daljit can answer, so I'll bring Daljit in, please.
That's what I thought.
Just to answer Councillor Campbell's question about the hours restriction. On one of the sites, the wider site is in different ownerships. And on one of the sites that are under construction, we haven't got any hours restrictions. On the other one, we do have hours restrictions. And I think the older consent was probably just an oversight. But in the city centre, we often do put hours of construction restrictions on, and it's normally 8 or 9 in the morning till 6 at night, Monday to Friday, and then half day on a Saturday morning, and then no working on Sundays or bank holidays. So that's something, it's clear from Damien's answer, he's open to that, and that's something we can do if members were supportive of that.
I bet you glad Daljit answered that question. Thank you. You may sit. Oh, you want the question? I'm sorry.
Sorry, while
Caroline.
you're here, I'd like to just clarify the balcony issue. I think balconies are really, really important, and I'm pleased there are balconies on this development, because for long enough in this country, we've built flats without balconies, and I think that's crazy. But the balcony size question, my understanding of a Juliet balcony is that it's standing space only, and therefore those dimensions wouldn't apply to the Juliet balconies.
That's correct. Sorry, it's unclear.
So
the projecting
yes.
balconies, yes.
Yeah.
The Juliet balconies, we have a condition here where obviously wind is a microclimate is a problem with us at height, so that's why.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming forward. Colin, did you finish your questions to officers? Councillor Latty then, please.
I think this one is for Gillian. We put an awful lot of, or correction, developers put an awful lot of bike spaces in buildings. Do we actually know that having extra bike spaces make more people ride bikes? I'm never deluged by bikes when I'm driving into Leeds or out, and I just wonder where they've all gone.
Thank you, Chair. I think what we know is that good quality bike storage is much more likely to be used than bike storage that isn't secure. We don't have any at the moment city centre residential blocks where we have detail of bike storage usage. That's something that we've got in more recent travel plans that we need to just get that monitoring data on in terms of usage. We are, of course, as an authority, trying very hard to encourage more cycle usage, and we've got a lot of cycle track schemes going on across the city. So we are, intending to see a step change in cycling. So as much as anything else, we are planning for the future. But to answer your question, no, I don't have that direct link at this moment in time.
So we're really travelling in hope, as you might say. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Not sure if I missed any hands in the first round. Councillor Finnegan.
Thanks, Chair. 6.2.13, which is comments from West Yorkshire Police, talk about no objections subject to the provision of CCTV, access control measures and full details of lighting to be controlled by conditions. There don't seem to be any conditions relating to access control and CCTV. I'm wondering why not. If I can follow up in terms of the cycle usage, is there any evidence that cycle usage is actually increasing? And if it is, to what degree is it increasing? Because we're exhorting people to do all sorts of things at this particular point. Is any of it successful? I'm assuming that highways monitor and can say it's increased by 5%, 10%, 20%, whatever it might actually be. So I'd like an answer on that one. 9.5.2, the table still concerns and bothers me at this particular point. I am unhappy with one-bedroom properties, 220 one-bedroom properties, because I do think it encourages a transient population. And I wonder, well, we've heard the developer's point of view that there's overwhelming demand for this type of property. Where within planning is the analysis there is overwhelming demand for one-bedroom properties?
Thank you, Chair. We do monitor cycling. I would need to get data from colleagues in terms of overall numbers. We do know that during the pandemic, cycling has increased generally, whether that's for commuting purposes or not. I don't know at this moment in time, but certainly bike purchase went through the roof during the pandemic, and there have been, it's been very difficult as a service for us to purchase bikes. In terms of our promotional activities. So certainly cycling is something that's on the increase. I mean, our transport strategy that we've adopted is looking at a significant increase in cycling, and that's exactly the way that we're going in terms of behavioural change and in terms, as I said before, of infrastructure provision for cyclists as well. The highway code that's coming out at the end of the week, the changes to the highway code again are putting cyclists up the user hierarchy, which is a big step forward as well, which is all moving in the right direction in terms of the way we're trying to get more people cycling in Leeds. Did I miss something in the question? I might have. Is that okay?
Unless you want to make a comment regarding parking.
Well, I just think we do realise that it does take up a lot of space in these city centre developments in terms of cycle parking, but very much for us to meet our strategy objectives, we do need to try and promote cycling. On the adjacent scheme, I know that they were putting in a cycle hub as opposed to necessarily providing individual cycle parking. But I think the way this one's going in terms of the travel planning, that would be one of the big areas that we'll be working with the occupants on.
Julian, and I note you said cycle use did increase during the pandemic. I believe they actually sold out of bicycles in most shops, so perhaps that justifies that comment. Daljit.
In terms of the local demographics and need, on page 50 in the report, that the developer has provided evidence of local need and local characteristics, and that's been considered by our policy colleagues, and they've confirmed to us that that data which indicates that there's a higher proportion of younger people, single people, and people without children in the city centre housing market characteristic area. They're saying that data is something which aligns with their ongoing assessments. So that's the evidence I've got. No doubt, if they were here, they'd be able to say, well, this is the further work that we're doing. But yes, the city centre housing market characteristic area is an area where there tends to be less families, less people with children, and older and younger people than the general wider population of Leeds. So that's a justification for the lower figure than the minimum 20% ask, which is, as I said, an authority-wide ask and doesn't differentiate between different areas. That the policy allows that to be picked up by individual applications where necessary.
Not sure if there was another question, Robert, was there?
Oh, yeah. It's our intention to condition that. So if it's not in the conditions, it will be added.
Moving on then, David.
Probably should have asked this at developer actually, but I'll have told you all the same. It seems to me, I'm not making a comment, I'm just putting it in context. It seems to me there's not a lot of green space here, and I understand what they're saying about formal play areas. But if you've got 223 two-bedroom houses, bedroom apartments, and 45 three-bedroom, you are going to have quite a number of children there, I would have thought. What provision are we making for any off-site things? I mean, I'll give you an example. I mean, They're probably the three nearest parks of this development: a Jail Field in Chairs Ward, New Wortley Wreck in my ward, and Old Beckmore. Are we putting any provision in for there?
Because of the size of the site, and that's explained in the report, our policies don't seek green space provision or minimum green space provision on all sites in the city centre development. It's accepted that in the city centre there will be high density development, taller buildings, more dense use of land, but we only apply our green space policy to larger sites over half a hectare, and otherwise we'd get what we can on site. Now, in this particular case, it's for members to take a view, but we are getting 1,400 square meters of public space that currently isn't accessible. And yes, we're going to make that space work hard because it needs to meet a number of different functions, service access, hard standing, outdoor sitting areas for cafes, but also there's an opportunity, as we've shown, hopefully, for soft planting, green space and amenity. The other thing to I would say is the context of this site. We have the canal towpath right next door. We have the green space that's already been provided between the canal and the river, the pocket park. So there are opportunities with the other developments, and the High Line Viaduct will be a publicly accessible space, which is immediately next door to this. So there are opportunities for other green spaces, which will be public spaces, which residents of this site would have access to.
I see no more members' questions indicated. Can we therefore move on to comments, please? Councillor Campbell.
Right, Chair, I'll get us started. My memory, of when we discussed this at pre-app, was that we did express certain views and reservations, and the one that struck me, and I raised it on site today, was the space between the canal and the building. And I think we said at the time that we felt that that space was an important space, not just for the general public, but for the amenity of residents. And I don't think we've really taken into account pushing the building back to create a much more usable space. On site, we were there, there's a level change. What we've been told effectively is that the building was on the fence line. And I appreciate Daljit said that at the lower level, they're adopting that Elizabethan technique, isn't it, which is you shove the ground floor back and build out over the space above. I don't think that's really meaningful space, because we're talking about a very, very big building here. It is the biggest one in that area, and there are some big buildings down there already. And I think if you're going to go for that sort of height, if you're building it out over the amenity space, then it will loom over that and create a, perhaps not as an attractive area as you could do, because the canal itself is the draw on this site, in my opinion. There's nothing else around it to look at much. So I'd say that. I'm also not convinced about the green space next to the viaduct. The thing that really convinced me of that was looking through the hole in the fence today on the site visit, and it's actually, despite what the drawings show you, it's actually a very small site in total, and there's a lot of development going on to it, plus all around it. And I'm not convinced that the green space around that building is adequate for the people who live there. Now, effectively, they're building 2 blocks. And so in simplistic terms, you can move the blocks around because the only determining factor is the space between them. I think they could move those blocks some more. I know there's some discussion about them being moved a metre. they could actually move them more and create better space adjacent to the canal and adjacent to the viaduct. It's interesting because when you walk past the Evening Post building where we got out of the van, the pavement is really wide at that point, and yet adjacent to this development, we're taking out that width of pavement and putting in a lay-by. But interestingly enough, we're not putting in a cycle route. And if you looked at a lot of the other developments round about, there is cycle provision. It would seem to me that if you put in a large number of people with cycles, which are parked in the basement or on the ground floor, then a cycle route out up the side, which is the main access, seems sensible to me. The talk about planting on the south side is nice. It sounds good, but actually, south side's where the sun is. Unfortunately, you won't see the sun because the Evening Post building's in front of you, and there's really, I just wonder whether it's worth bothering with planting in sites where actually the ambient daylight is so low that they just won't develop. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. I'm simply saying there might be somewhere else you could do that. The balconies are too small. And well, you can say that. The balconies are too small. We've said, when we discuss balconies, what we always say, isn't it, is in effect that you should be able to sit like I am in the balcony. You should be able to get a table there and your partner should be able to sit next to you. There isn't enough room for me to stretch my legs out in 1.8 meters. So we'd have to sit sideways, and therefore it's an unusable space. The balconies need to be bigger. The hours of, because we've agreed the principle, I think it will be a housing development. I think we should be clear that the hours of construction should be the same as the ones next door. That just seems fair to me. And the final thing, and because we haven't really talked much about the design of the building, and I'm not convinced, I have to say, because in the end, what we talk about mostly is the artist's impression. We go back to that line we always come up with at this point is, where's the sample panel? Because I cannot visualize looking at that and then looking at the drawings of what the brick might be, what this building will really look like. And these are big buildings in your face. And if you're waving somebody over with a sample panel, that'll be nice, but they should have shown us it before. So I'll reserve that part of my comment until I've seen it. All right. But I am still not convinced about the design, particularly about the section that joins the two towers together.
Just walk. You just go across the courtyard.
Yeah.
You didn't hear that.
Right. Back to my, and I'll finish my comment with this one. Yes. That said, if you look at the brickwork on there, I'm not sure that reflects, those reflect what this brickwork is. So if you look at, I'm on page 50. So on page 50, we've got a speckled brickwork working its way up, which isn't there. Now, I'm not precious. If that's the brick we're having, that might be better than the drawing. But I have to say to you, if you look at the the section in between the two towers, that just looks like a 1970s add-on. You know, good heavens, can't you do anything better than that, in my opinion? So, in conclusion, Chair, I would say there's still some distance to go as far as I'm concerned on this one. Not about the principle, but about the detail. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Stephen, do you want to talk about the design, please? I mean, we've seen the picture on page 50 and we've seen the sample bricks, but maybe you can bring it together for us.
Yes. There we go. Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ken. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. We've brought this along with the developers and they have responded in many ways. We do support it. If you look at there was a comment about it fitting in with the surroundings. The surroundings are quite eclectic. There's offices and Lord knows what, you with me? And one of the, I suppose you might say, the many rule number ones of architecture is that a building should look like what it is. Offices look like offices. Housing looks like housing. You with me? This is, I don't mean to be glib, but this is what it is. It is stacked domestic housing. So then we got into, well, how do we make this pleasant? It has a predominant the vertical and horizontals are resolved. The verticality is dominant because of the brick towers, which respond to the Leeds context, and we had lots of discussions with them about that. You'll find the horizontal is secondary because it's the horizontal banding is broken by the towers. The proportions of all the subunits of the windows are quite good, really. We spent many hours to get them to the golden ratio and things like that. I would say we support it because it describes what it is. It's a postmodernist tower when you break it down. It's quite a happy building in many ways. It's not some dour representation of domesticity. And we've come along with it. I would say we support it.
Thank you, Stephen. Moving on then, can I bring in Kaylee, please?
So soon, Chair, thank you. Okay. So I think I do agree that it's too high. I do think like reducing it down a little bit would be preferable to the 31 stories. I think I don't have a problem with the design. I've got a personal dislike of tan bricks, but that's irrelevant really. These bricks seem to go quite nicely with each other. So it won't, I don't think it'll be quite as stark sort of thing as that. So yeah, that's fine. I don't mind pomo. So I am a bit concerned about the lack of 3 beds. If you do start a family in this building, then you're going to be expecting to have to move out to somewhere else. And if you've built up connections in the local area, and friends and like a support network, that's really not ideal for a family to have to do. So like I am concerned about that. I do think that there needs to be more choice in terms of the amount of bedrooms available in the inner area and the city centre. I don't agree that the need is not there. I think the report that's inside the papers just reflects what's already in the city centre instead of talking about actual need, like what people want to see. And certainly my constituents want to see more 3-bed properties and 4-bed properties in the city centre. So I mean, I don't really know where to go with that. Yeah, I think I don't think it's a terrible development. I just do think that it should be a little bit smaller and have more 3 beds and also some swings.
Thank you, Kaylee. Councillor Latty, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have huge problems with this at all. I don't find it too troublesome. I do think, I mentioned it with the developer, but I do think it's a shame the podium is not that bit higher. I do think it would have benefited from being at a level which allowed it to serve a purpose of giving views for people who are on it. The sample panel that came round, bricks are fine. There isn't a sample of what is facing the fascia and also goes around the buildings. It's sort of fluted, something or other. Presumably that is brick-like material, I don't know, but it's not necessarily as attractive as the rest of the stuff that's building it. Just as purely as a comment, I was reading at the weekend that the COVID epidemic might well have signalled the start of the end of city centre dwelling, in the sense that as people are now getting used to working from home, an awful lot don't want to cease that practice. City centres are going to have a different face in the future, and that perhaps this is nothing to do with this particular development. I'm just mentioning it because I thought it was interesting that in future there might not be as big a take-up of city centre dwelling. I'd be interested if anybody else either read it or has a view on that.
Thanks, Graham. Caroline, please.
Yeah, I don't object to the architecture at all. I think it's quite a handsome development, really. I do think the balconies are a bit clumsy and a bit like matchboxes. And I also think there aren't enough of them. And I do note, Colin, that they've only put one image of one chair on each, not two. But I think it's an imaginative development. I listened with interest to the comments that were made about the positioning of the blocks. I don't know how practical it is to adjust the positioning of those at this point, but I would welcome a view about that and whether we could create more outdoor space that's more pleasant and more usable. I'm not an expert with planting and so on, but I would be interested in the views of people who have expertise in that area.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, very sort of similar comments really to the ones Councillor Gruen's made. I think it's generally speaking policy compliant. My real reservations are on the mix in terms of the numbers of 1 beds, 2 beds, 3 beds. I think Councillor Brooks mentioned, we wanted to see these city centre develop as a more location that you can stay in and live much more of your life within. And I think for that we have to provide apartments that are more family friendly and more likely to be somewhere people are going to stay for a longer space of time. So I think, I know there's
defer and delegate in the recommendations, Chair, but I think some members have expressed some reservations over the housing mix. I don't have a problem with the height. I think this is a location in the city centre where we want to see height. We're quite relaxed about height. It's an extremely sustainable location. I think we need to bear that in mind when we're considering this application. Just on Councillor Latty's musings about city centre attractions, I certainly think the last couple of years have made companies think long and hard about expensive city centre work locations. Now, city centres are always dynamic places, Chair, as you know, and I think we should be embracing changes. I think actually it's more likely to make city centres more better places to live because there'll be a more diversity of functions in the city centre. We want to see more play in the city centre, more leisure in the city centre, more culture in the city centre, not just office and retail. And I think that could well make them even more attractive places to live, Councillor Latty. So I don't think we should be overly concerned with large developments in the city centre. But everything's in a state of flux at the moment, isn't it? So I mean, I'm pretty with it. I'm pretty happy with it as is. But I note colleagues' comments, and I just was in the spirit of being helpful, Chair. Could we consider how we move to the recommendations, given that members have some concerns over things like housing mix and whatnot? Anyway.
Thank you, Neil. Paul, please.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it per se, and I think the architecture is quite good. It was Councillor Latty wants me to say it was my comment around the frustrating along the top of the podium, and I don't. And I would like to just have Steve's view around that podium between the two blocks. Does look to me a little like one of the sort of 1960s sun lounges that you used to get on big hotels at the coast. And before your time, Chair, well, it's so true. And so I think it doesn't do justice to the towers, which I think that the bricks would be quite satisfactory for the towers. So I would be interested in that. The main part I wanted to say was the open space. If it's public open space for everybody, it will be a big improvement in what we have south of the city, because there are so many developments as you walk down the canal south of the city, as I have walked down in the last 2 years quite a lot, from the city centre down towards Cross Green. And you think, I'll just pop through that little bit there. And you go up a little path and you get to a gate that says, do not enter. And that's on every single development down there. It's like that. And you can't cut through or wander through or do anything. So if this does give actual public open space, and I think it will help Councillor Garthwaite with security if everybody's there, and particularly if these people that are on this picture are sitting out drinking coffee or whatever at 11 o'clock in an evening. Should we get an evening that you can drink coffee at 11 o'clock? But sometimes we have to do, don't we? Outside. Then I think it will aid to the perception of security. You never can think that you're safe totally, but I think that it's that public circulation that is really important. The height I'm not too bothered about, and I have to say the mix over there that members are concerned about, it is generally policy compliant, bearing in mind that the 3-bed is a movable policy. With regards to balconies, Councillor Gruen, they are big enough, I'm sure, because they're far bigger than our own balconies and our own blocks. I have a friend, which I've told you before, who has a balcony on a 9th-floor flat. It's so tiny, I don't go out there, and I'm not frightened of heights. And once you get beyond about 9 floors, it's a case of, do you want a balcony anyway? But I do share your view. There probably aren't enough of them, but that's my comments, Chair.
Paul, and maybe we can bring you and Steve on the podium. The 1960s podium.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. I can see why the gentleman councillor made that comment. I think it's a case of it is a mass open glass to allow views in and out and articulate the ground floor. It will be dominated by the towers. I don't think its impact will be as heavy as you think. And it's a simple matter of, well, if we ask them to put some more brick in and make it, you're reducing the visibility, you with me? And that's meant as a movement space and a transition space. And again, I'm sorry to have to sort of reduce it to simplistics, but it is what it is. You know, altering it's probably going to make it look slightly better, but you're going to massively reduce with the columns, the perception out, you know, and on top of it, I think the towers will dominate it anyway. People will just use it as a place to meet friends and go or come in and go into the towers. You with me?
The top of it looks a little bit like corrugated sheeting, and a comment that's been made to me in my ear hole is no brick hotel.
Yeah, well, again, the materials, if I could just say with regards to earlier comments as well, the materials will be conditioned on a sample panel. Planning colleagues always do that, and members will be able to see that on site and what have you. And perhaps we could look at the material under the conditions. You with me? Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Moving on then, Always, Councillor Gathwaite.
Yes, just on the housing mix, I'll go back to this chicken and egg thing. If that's all there is, that's who's going to live there. And it would be interesting to know what other people would like and what should be provided. And loads of other cities in Europe, cities around the world, is a real mix of people. And I can't see why Leeds people are suddenly completely different and want to live in a different way. I think the real mix of people that you get in other cities is very dynamic and a good thing. And just on the safety and security, I mean, I totally agree with what's been said about the more people around doing safe things like drinking coffee at 11 at night, and the more access points, etc., the more secure and safe it all feels. And it would be good if we could have that included, an evaluation of it, as I have asked before, in the papers that we're provided with, please. And I like the construction conditions. I think they're very fair. So on the whole, I do like this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gathwaite. It's Peter, and then I'll bring you in. Peter, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be brief on it. I think when I've seen we saw this previously and I've seen it again, and I think my only feeling with it is, and it's not the best feeling you can have, it's fine. Yeah. In terms of what it is. I don't mind the look of the building. I don't mind how it is. My sort of disappointment, I guess, is picking up just a couple of the points that I think resonate with me. Where it is with the canal location, where you've got that easy accessible walking or cycling route to anywhere you want, particularly to the beautiful villages of Carvely and Rodley out on the outer west, if you wished. Put along Armley and Kirkstall if you so wish as well. But as well, you'll have that viaduct, which will be car free and a place you can visit as well. That strikes me as quite a good family location to, as Colin pointed out, make a real point of that canal. And in a way, that seems a bit what we've lost. And so with the housing mix seeming to have, and taking your point around the city centre, I think there's probably going to be fewer individuals who need to get to an office quickly that have a desire to live in the city centre. They may decide to live elsewhere, but then we need to make sure we're catering for those other people. And actually a bit more of a canal side location here, a bit more of a better housing mix of those 3 beds could make this a really good family location where you're close to the train station whenever you want to get anywhere. You're not going to bother going out onto Whitehall Road because you've got no need to. You can get anywhere you want on the canal or the viaduct. So I think it's fine, but the location itself could have lent itself to something, I think, a whole lot better, in my opinion.
Thank you, Peter. And Liz, please. Councillor Nash.
Right. I've got 3 things. Firstly, the walkway on top of the viaduct. I would like it to be a general walkway, hopefully eventually arriving near Elland Road so that people can walk from the city centre all the way to Elland Road. But on that, it occurs to me, how will the residents of these blocks get up onto that viaduct? Is that you can get onto it at the other side of the river, but there doesn't appear to be any access. So you come back to that, right? Now, as far as the podium's concerned, I think it looks awful, and I think it spoils the look of the Twin Towers. And looking at the picture on page 50, how they get trees to grow on top of that little bit of roof space? I don't know. And thirdly, I have left it to the very last, and it's something, as all the members will know, I'm very keen on, and that the right species of tree is planted in the right place. This is an industrial landscape, but on the other hand, the water table is quite high. So I'm very happy with the alder and the willows, but the field maple, Acer campestre, is a tree of the southern counties and needs fertile soil. So what the heck are you planting this here? Do you know, not every, but a lot of planning applications come forward with this. Oh, it's a lovely tree. Yes, it is a lovely tree, but it will struggle in this environment. So please have something else.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. David, please.
Thanks, Chair. Generally, I support the application. I've got to say the little bit there that I described, that I was thinking, what does it remind me of? And then he said about an hotel front, and I hit on what it was. That doesn't look very good on there, but I suspect if we saw the materials they're using, that it'd probably be all right. I don't think this impression is that good after seeing the bricks. So I'm generally in support of what's here. I asked a question about green space. I do think if you're going to try and encourage families there, you need facilities for children, and we haven't got them round there. And if we can't supply them on site, what we've got to try and do is enhance the facilities that are nearby. And I think we need to do that. I'm all for. I mean, I lived with a family in a flat, and it's okay. For one thing, you're all on the flat as well. You're all on the flat, so you've no steps to go up, and you can see to your children a lot better. But the fact is it's probably going to be in the future a place in the city centre where families will come back to, because the thing is we're going in that direction. It is not going to be the same kind of lifestyle in a city centre that it once was. I think we're going back to an age before city centres took off, where generally people lived in that kind of area. But what it must have, if you're having families there, it's got to have facilities for those children. And I don't think it has.
Thank you for those comments, David. I think they were well made. And you're right about Leeds and Liverpool Canals. You can actually cycle to Liverpool from there. I've run in many times in my marathon days from Skipton, 28 miles to get my marathon training. And I always refer to it as a linear park that goes on for 127 miles, should you care to make use of it. It's a wonderful facility. Anybody who lives there and spent a long distance career running along there will say the same. Moving on, instead of me getting maudlin, can I bring in Dan?
As I say, I'm slightly curious to know what we do as colleagues to go from the first name to the councillor. I've been trying to work it out. There's some of us who are first names, some are councillor latte, and anyway, I'm trying to work out what the determination is. Anyway. But
if it's any reassurance to when you're speaking, your actual title comes up on the screen for everybody. There won't be any doubt around this table.
I'm delighted to be Dan. I assure you. So I put myself off there. I very much agree in some ways with what Councillor Carlo, our Peter, said. It's a big old development. You're going to see it from some distance away, and in some ways, I look at it and I go, "It's all right." And it's actually a pity that architecturally for me, I think that it is only all right. I think when we have something that is going to stand out, we should be being more ambitious for the impact it will have architecturally. I think of some of the developments that have been before us recently, and I think of the one at the arena, that while controversial in terms of its location, is stepping up to the plate in terms of where it is and what it is, and will evoke a response. I think the response of this is very much meh. It's fine, but it's only fine. I agree also with the comment about housing mix. We are only going to get people to live in an area if there's actually the accommodation for them to live there. And we're really forcing a self-fulfilling prophecy, because every proposition that comes to us, it seems to have too few of the 3-bed. Kaylee and I had a heated, Councillor Brooks, sorry, and I had a fairly heated exchange that reported in the Yorkshire Evening Post about the need for properties with more bedrooms. And I take a point on this. We're only going to get families moving into the city centre if we can provide the accommodation for them. And application after application falls short and is not policy compliant, but officers justify it. It's not policy compliant on the 3-bed. I know I'm right. It's a curse. I'm always right, except when it comes to hearing the 1-bed bit like before. Yeah. I just said that. That's what I was just pointing. That was the problem solving. So I find myself in a difficult position in that it's essentially all right, but I'm really disappointed that we are not taking the opportunity, having spent nearly 2 hours on, in fact, 2 hours on this, that we've not taken the opportunity to actually make sure that an important part of policy isn't being delivered, and that this is, I have no problem with the height of this, but that is at best okay. I think we could do better. Thanks, Chair.
Surely you don't want to speak again, Colin, after that long list.
Well, quite frankly, Chair, I've sat here and I've expressed a view, and you know what my view is on this one. I didn't express a view on the housing mix, but just about everybody else has said they didn't think the housing mix was right. And yet none of you have got the courage to stand up and say, right, well, we'll defer and delegate on the proviso that we alter the housing mix. Now, if you really feel strongly about that, that's what you should be doing, rather than just simply talking about it, quite frankly.
Well, I'd go a step further and say, right, let's reject on the basis that we don't like the housing mix. This housing mix is unacceptable. I'll not be supporting it.
Okay, moving on then. I think we've exhausted comments. Can I bring in Daljit, please, to sum up the debate? It seems to me that most of you are saying it's fine, but there are some caveats you'd like to explore more. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm also going to take the opportunity, Chair, just to make some clarifications, if I may.
Okay, do please.
Because there's been a number of issues that have been raised by members. And I think that one of the key issues is that this development doesn't meet our policy for housing mix. Now, as I've said before at panel, the policy is nuanced. The policy does set a minimum target for larger units, for 3-bed units, but it recognises that that's a citywide target. And it does say on larger schemes, we can take into account local characteristics, and it asks a case to be put forward by the developers. So it's not officers justifying a lower basis. A case has been put to us, and we've considered that, as the policy requires us to consider, and we're saying to you that that case is sound. Now, just for some context, in 2014, I think I've had the privilege of working with this panel and working in this authority for a long time. And in 2014, 1% of our flats in the city centre were 3-bed or bigger. We're now getting into a position where regularly, when we're bringing residential flatted schemes to plans panel, we're getting much more than 1% of the accommodation as 3-bed. We're getting, yes, we're not getting 20%, but as in this case, we're getting nearly 10%. And in this particular case, we are, along with members, putting the case to developers as strongly as we can. So this scheme initially came in with 4% provision of 3 beds. They're now saying this is a maximum we can do. The market doesn't warrant anymore. We can't, you know, we've got to make this work, and we can't meet your 20%. So that's the context for that. And I would ask members to bear that in mind when they make a decision on this. There have been some other comments made about the design and the architecture and materiality, and particularly the podium block. And I think we have struggled with images and relaying the quality of design. But I think where we are now with tall buildings and with city centre development is in a far better place than where we were 10 years ago, where there was a preponderance of just different materials thrown at a building to say this is more visually interesting. We now have some rigour, and Steve and Phil help us with that in terms of how the design stacks up, in terms of it reflects its function, what we do at podium level, what we do in the middle, how we deal with the details of that. And as I've said before, members are always welcome to come and have a look on site at the conditioned discharge stage at a large panel, and we hopefully, you know, we can give that comfort. So I would just bear that in mind. There was some question raised about, can we give more space to the canal side and moving and to the viaduct and moving the buildings? I think it's going to be difficult to move these buildings closer to the office block because their demise is limited. I think that in terms of the internal provisions for this level of development, we can't squeeze the space anymore. They are providing what they're providing. They've tried to maximise the provision in terms of the gaps to the canal and the viaduct. So I don't think it's going to be possible to move this building significantly away to address what I think members' issues are there. So, but I do implore members to make a decision on what's before you. And we think in terms of that canal side treatment and that public space, it will be good quality space. And that's hence why we're recommending the scheme to you. In terms of the balconies, there is an issue with getting more balconies. I think the developer did want to do more balconies, and we welcome those. Now, we haven't got a specific policy on balconies, but these are tall buildings. This is a windy area of the city. The wind impact assessment is guiding us, and it says that at the higher levels, it would not be suitable to have open balconies. So they're providing the external balconies where they can, and then elsewhere, they're providing more that are Juliet balconies. So that's the reasoning behind that. But we don't have a policy per se. There are many buildings that come forward with no balconies. So again, I would just ask members to take note of that. But I welcome balconies because it gives that extra layer of outdoor space. And then I think the final point, and this was more mixed on the height. Members, some members are saying the building's too high, others are comfortable with the height. The only thing I would say is that we do have a tall building strategy, which says that we are open to tall buildings in the right location. This is an area where we recognise there's an opportunity for tall buildings because although they're tall, in terms of their townscape impact, is more acceptable. They're not going to unduly dominate or affect sensitive areas of the centre of city centre or heritage areas elsewhere. And I would say that in many ways, the form of the building is really important. If you have a tall building with the right footprint, it gives a slim profile. What we're trying to avoid are buildings which dominate through a slab-like appearance. So if you take the height down, it becomes more slab-like. So I would just ask members to bear that in mind. So thank you for bearing with me. I just wanted to make some clarification and put forward the position from officers. Obviously, it's your prerogative to make the decision that you want to make. And we can, I think we have worked hard with developer. The developer, I think, did hear you first time. That's why that's the benefit of the pre-app discussion. But if there are areas that you think we need to work further on, then I think rather than refusing the application, we'd ask for it to be deferred so we can consider that position further. But that's my summing up, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Daljer. That was all very helpful. Is anybody prepared to move the recommendation? You want the word? Okay.
If we, excuse me, if we do make a positive decision on what's before us today, are there then questions that we can ask or issues that we can ask the developer to consider, whether it's policy compliant or not? We could ask them in the good spirits to consider points that we've made. And on the balconies, Chair, where the Juliet balconies are, they are the same height as the open balconies. So couldn't some of those be proper balconies without necessarily going up in order to achieve more balconies? That's one thing that they could perhaps consider. The other thing, you've explained the difficulties with it, but we could ask them to consider repositioning the blocks. If they can't do it, they can't do it. But if they could, it could be formally put to them as a question.
I think those questions are helpful. Daljer?
I'm sure there will be an opportunity to have those kind of discussions. Some of those matters are detailed matters like the balconies, which we can work through the detailed design and the condition discharge. But I have to be honest. I think in terms of the position of the building, although they can consider that, it won't be a totally new scheme. It'd be a relatively minor move.
I accept that, and I think also we might respectfully ask them to consider more 3-bedroom flats.
I did comment on the design of the podium, which I don't like at all, and I don't think anybody does. Clearly, it's been provided to give residents some private space, but wouldn't it be better to do without the podium altogether and have that space for everyone, which would open up the area? I think that should be considered.
To be an extra question time with you.
Fine. I mean, the podium is doing more than just provide an outdoor space. Internally, it has amenity space. It has a function of linking the two blocks together for the 24-hour management and for the management of both blocks. It has a storage, it's a cycle and the car parking spaces. So I think, no, it's not going to be an open space. Yes, the roof garden is on top, and I think that's a good use of what will be a roof in any case.
Thanks, yeah. The podium serves many functions. I think asking to remove the podiums at this point would be more like a fundamental redesign of the proposals, which I don't think is particularly appropriate at this juncture. I think that'd be planning overreach by the panel. But I was just thinking about the concerns that members have highlighted, and there is a defer and delegate. I mean, I'd be prepared to move the defer and delegate approval, Chair, if we had if that included a very strong message from the panel that we're currently extremely unhappy with the housing mix. And I see Mr. Carr's diligently taking notes, and I'm sure he'll bear that in mind. There has been, Councillor Groon's mentioned balconies, and I think that needs to be considered as well. And obviously there was some issue with trees, but none of those are fundamental showstoppers to a compliant application that I think is actually, from my own point of view, quite a good application, Chair. My only reservation is the mix. And I think the point's been made by multiple members from both sides of the panel, suggesting that that's inappropriate at the current time. There's a preponderance of there's too many single bedroom apartments. On that basis, if those were noted down, I'd be prepared to move, defer and delegate. I don't know what other colleagues mean, but I think we should move things along. Chair.
Well, I have to say, Neil, I'd be very happy for you to move along.
In that
those
case,
terms,
that's what I am doing, yeah.
Dan wants to come in, so let's hear Dan.
Councillor Cohen, you mean?
Councillor Dan, we could do like a conference. Hello, everyone. Councillor Dan here. Pardon me. what I would move is, or to tweak very slightly, would be I'm happy to second or move, but actually firming up that only subject to an increase in the 3 beds.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And that has to be a formal part of that. Otherwise, I can't support it.
I'd be absolutely fine with that, Chair. Yeah.
In consultation with officers, they feel that's it's just a little bit too far, a bridge too far, that we're not going to get it. So let's push for it, but let's not be conditional on that.
I have to move refusal.
In that case, I'd move in terms of what I set out, Chair.
Can I make a suggestion then? Can we bring forward the developers to answer that question? It might be helpful. Yep. Can I'm anxious to move on. You've heard a question, you've heard a debate, and it does seem to members that they'd like some more. If we were to get over the 10% barrier, that might help, that might move it forward. So please, you're in the hot seat now. Please inform us what the chances are, what you think. And then members will make up their mind depending on your answers.
So if you work out the maths, so over 10% takes us to 48 3-bed units. So an additional 3-bed units. That's what you're all saying? So no, that's what I'm asking. Is everyone saying that that's?
That's an increase, members. That's an increase of 3. So you've done well there, Dan. You've done well, Neil. Can we accept that in the amendments? Paul.
Hold on.
I think they were asking whether that was what you wanted, Chair.
Yeah. I did say when he said that was what I was asking for, an increase.
So, sorry, just to be clear, are we being asked to provide an additional 3-bed units in the scheme? Is that the question?
Yes.
Well, obviously we need to go away and work out how we can provide them, but if that's the one issue, we'll do everything in our power to accommodate the additional 3 beds, or I'll go further than that. We will provide 48 3 beds to get us to 10%.
Yep. So I thank you for that. I think that's a significant improvement to get over that. Magic limiting 10% is a move forward. Are we happy to accept that without Dan's more restrictive amendment? Is that okay, Dan? Lovely. Okay. And you did say you'd be happy to move it. Yep. And Dan, you said you would second it. Okay. All those in favour of that, please show. It's almost unanimous. There's 2 abstentions, perhaps. No. Against? Colin? So, yes, it's passed with 1 abstention and 1 against. Thank you. Thank you for that one. I think we're going to have a 10-minute break now. And thank you for your presentation. And that last bit was very helpful. It's taken on board. They'll probably consult you on that. Resume again. We're on to the first pre-app, Wellington Place, Leeds. And there's a number of people here, Tony O'Brien, Jonathan Davis, Miles Jones and Oliver Freer. I don't know who you are, but as you introduce, you will tell us who you are and then I will know. You've done it before, so you know the score. You have up to 10 minutes to introduce it. I won't chop you off at mid-sentence, I promise, but I will tell you when I need you to finish. So please, when you're ready, commence.
Thank you, Chair. Oliver Freer, I'm the planning agent acting on behalf of MEPC. We've got Paul Pavir from MEPC here as well, and Tony O'Brien from Shepherd Robson Architects. I'm delighted to present to you the proposals for the reserve matters for plot 9 Wellington Place, which is pursuant to the outline application secured back in November 2019. I'm just going to pass over to Paul to say a few words.
Thank you, Oliver. Nice to see you all again, post-COVID, we hope. I just wanted to say a bit of an introduction here on behalf of the MEPC, the asset development managers, but also on behalf of the investors in Wellington Place, and really to talk about the future of development and the fact that MEPC and our investors are committed to a brighter future in terms of our response to climate change. 9 Wellington Place is the next generation of buildings for us, next generation of net zero buildings. In terms of its energy in use, it will achieve best in class. There is a new accreditation system called Neighbours, which I hope you'll be hearing more about over the coming years. And we're pioneering with the UK Green Building Council, and 9 Wellington Place will be achieving 5 or 6 star rating, which is a very, very high class of rating. But the real step change for us is our approach to embodied carbon in construction, which accounts for about 1/3 of the building's whole life carbon footprint. And it's worth observing that the facade design that Tony will go through is being driven by an ambitious embodied carbon target, which has resulted in some departures from some of the traditional design elements you've seen in previous phases of Wellington Place. In fact, we're targeting a 25% less embodied carbon per metre squared amount when compared to the previous generations of buildings, including 11 and 12, which is on site at the moment. And we've employed Cundalls as our carbon assessor for 9 Wellington Place, who have over 10 years of experience and data in embodied carbon assessment to ensure our assessments are both honest and genuine, as I feel there's a lot at the moment, you know, with embodied carbon being such a new science, there's a lot of sort of skepticism about the honesty of figures that are bandied around. And just to finally say, I can provide assurances of a long-term commitment from the investors to both Wellington Place and also making Wellington Place one of the most sustainable locations in Leeds, driving down the carbon footprint of the estate as we develop further buildings. And we can do this because they're pension funds with long-term investments horizons, and it means we can sacrifice short-term returns for long-term preservation of value.
Thanks, Paul. Sorry, that one wasn't working. Hi, everyone. So Wellington Place, I won't dwell too much. I think we all know where it is, the location of it. 9 is on the south side, Whitehall Road, and it's the sort of south portion of the plan, as you can see indicated there in pink or brown, as it looks like for the far distance from me. It's part of the outline consent, which we approved in 2019. And key elements to that outline consent, one of them in particular was about the stepping in scale along Whitehall Road, coming from the city and out of the city centre. Additionally, as you'll know, we recently got approval for the Viaduct link, which also form part of this whole sort of centre of the scheme. The building sits as a triangular shape to the right, but the Viaduct square or the Viaduct place that sits in front of it and the Viaduct link becomes the focal point at the end of the boulevard Added to that, coming in on Whitehall Road, you have a direct access point so you can see into the site, a prominent location of the building. And actually, it's part of that link to the river. It's about creating the landscaping to tie into the footprint of the building as well, as you'll see as we develop the scheme in the imagery. Just a quick look at the viaduct link, which currently is about to be, well, it's gone out to tender and we're just reviewing the tenders now. So hopefully that'll start construction in the not too distant future. As part of the site and part of what Paul talked about in terms of the embodied carbon and how we develop the scheme, obviously there's existing buildings, existing infrastructure that we need to relate to. But importantly, if you extract the site up and its form, what you'll find is historically you had atriums and to get the right proportion of floor depths. In the current world that we live in terms of reducing embodied carbon, we want to minimize the amount of waste in there. So for instance, putting atriums in is a very heavy embodied carbon process, but added to that is to create a form and shape that the plan and the window to wall ratio works exceptionally well, which is what we've done in the current scheme. Provides us a couple of entrances, as I mentioned, the viaduct link and the viaduct square means that we can create a grand entrance in off the main viaduct, but also the potential to enter off Whitehall Road. And then the fenestration treatment, which I'll touch on later. In developing the concepts with the facades that we've got around 7, 8 and the rest of Wellington Place, we need to orientate that facade to create shading on the building. And the introduction of green space, both on the viaduct and also in the building, and how we can exaggerate that across the facade to create a well-being environment for the occupiers as they move through. These were those initial studies, and as you can see, top left, where it steps up in scale along Whitehall Road, the paler colours are those balconies that relate back to the public space. And this is the landscaping proposals, which shows how, as a proposal, for those involved in the viaduct link, it was about creating a landscaped edge, something that can engage back to the river so that you can meander, you can wait and linger around there, but also create a space in the centre there, the viaduct yard, which is usable for events like occurs across the estate and Wellington Place. So we've created a mixture of both informal, relaxing areas where we can have events, and obviously expressing that visibility back to Viaduct Square, back to the viaduct link, and also up to the boulevard. Wind has been assessed. There was a few minor tweaks we needed to do in terms of some screens across the site, but nothing major, and that has all gone through and is all, as far as we've developed through, is all successful, and we don't have any issues on the building, which you'd be glad to know. Typically, the floor plate works with the ground floor. The pale blue is the entrance. The dark blue area to the top is a shared office facility. Access from the right down into basement car park, which I'll touch on shortly, and the pink areas are all active frontages. The remaining bits are things like bin stores, plants, service areas. Typically, the floor plate's about 17,500 net square feet. It has central core, 6 lifts, a bank of toilet either side of it, and works its way up the building with the introduction of those external spaces to the face, to the southwest facing of the building, so that relates back to Viaduct Square. And at the upper level, we have a further setback to create that activity and connection back into the landscaping of the viaduct. Ground floor, the car parking spaces. On the ground floor, there's a mixture of, I think it's about, I haven't got it right in front of me, about 85 spaces, of which we've got EV charging, accessibility. But that, as you know, if you know from the approval, it has a potential to link in to the north of that site. In terms of the materiality of the building, stone, as you know, is a very strong preference around Wellington Place. And in terms of developing the scheme, we've taken on further steps with 11 and 12, but also for Wellington Place, where we've developed the scheme previously. We considered the proposals in terms of how we can develop shading, how we can minimize heat gain, heat loss, so we can maximize the reduction in carbon in the building and also the performance and the longevity of the development. And that led us to a principle of achieving the most appropriate daylight to each of the facades where we can minimize heat gain. Then the introduction of elements such as the stone to create verticality to the building to relate back to the context, the angling of the stone to create shading onto the facade and the appropriate elevations, and where we needed to add an additional level of shading, we've introduced some timber or mesh, as you can see on the facade. But obviously part of that is the proportions and the rhythm that's always been set out in Wellington Place, as you can see as a diagram on the right there. And this is the image from Viaduct Square. So you can see the introduction of the stone, the additional elements of shading, the introduction of the balconies onto Viaduct Square, and that whole look and feel of the greening up of the building to create this active well-being and carbon and net zero carbon building. Again, coming in from Whitehall Road, further to create that emphasis, and the angling of the building opens up Wellington Place, creating even glimpses and views into 11 and 12 and further beyond to 7 and 8. And this emphasises that stepping of form that was part of the outline consent. In terms of materiality, there's a mixture of elements on the scheme. The stone, which we've got across Wellington Place and forms part of the shading on the building in an angled shape. Powder coated aluminium, which is again a low aluminium body carbon. We're using rock panel, which is again a low carbon product, and the introduction of timber, where we have additional elements of shading required on the building. I won't dwell too much on this. This gives you the targets that we're trying to achieve, as Paul picked up on. We're moving everything further on to try and achieve more in terms of a sustainable agenda on the whole of the Wellington Place campus, but in particular on this building as we move that step forward. And again, whilst I won't dwell too much on the next gen, these are the elements that we're considering going forward. All sorts of different activities, from ground floor heat pumps, active chill beams, a variety of different opportunities, which will obviously come forward as we develop the scheme further on. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. You took me by surprise. That was well within time. Thank you for that. If we can move on to questions then from members. Any hands, any questions? Peter.
I'll raise this one. I might need help from officers in remembering the policy. You've got there 10% of spaces for electric vehicle charging with an additional 10%. I wondered whether Gillian might be able to remind me what the policy is in the draft transport SPD coming in, which this will then be assessed by. But I would like to see whether we could go further than that, given that obviously you're focusing on 2030, 2035. We're imagining quite a lot of the car use by then, maybe electric vehicles. Of the 86 spaces, I'd like to see the majority of them being having access to an electric vehicle charging point by that time.
I was just looking it up, so I got the actual wording. It's certainly for offices, we're looking at 10%. So I was just going to try and find the wording, because it's actually in it's core strategy, it's policy, so it's policy EN8. I've got the core strategy. I was just trying to find the policy wording. Can I come back to you in a second?
That's fine, because I think what I was confused with is the difference between obviously residential, we've got a higher target, haven't we?
Yes.
But I guess that question then to the developers around whether they consider more of that when it comes back. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. So policy EN8 for office is charging points for 10% of parking spaces, ensuring that electricity infrastructure is sufficient to enable further points to be added at a later stage. So that's the wording of the policy.
I just, I said at the beginning, we're long-term owners of property, which means we have to future-proof and all the buildings that we've built already, and 9 and 11 and 12, they're all set up to increase as demand increases. Demand isn't that much at the moment, actually, but we've got to make sure that we've got enough spaces, and also you need quite sophisticated systems to manage the power supply, because as you can imagine, the power is quite significant. So, but rest assured, we have to, if we have to let buildings, provided services they require. So that's a given.
Thank you, Oliver. Any more questions from members, or do you want to go on to comments? Shall we go on to comments then? Any comments? Dan?
Very briefly.
Or Councillor Cohen? Whichever you
do you know, sometimes you regret saying something. Just I really like it. And I think it's a great... pleased to see it. Pleased it's been brought forward. Fits in well within its context, and very good.
Well done, Dan. Councillor Latty.
Thank you.
Right. Forgive the merriment. It was something from a previous life. When I saw that we were looking at an extension to something that I personally have always felt this panel should be very proud of enabling those buildings that are there on Wellington Street now, on Wellington Street, sorry, on Whitehall Road. So I've thought of those as being one of the high points of City Plans panels enablement. And I looked at this and I thought, it's truth, it's not like those in the same way. But I really like it. It grows on you and it is going to complement what is there. And so I congratulate you on not spoiling something that we think is one of the jewels in Leeds' crown. So thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Any other comments? No. Caroline.
Just to echo what's been said, really. I mean, the reason I'm not shooting my hand in the air is because I think it's a really good scheme. I welcome it. I think it's beautifully proportioned, looking at the CGI. I hope it looks like that when it's built out, would be my comment. But yeah, I welcome it.
Thank you for that. Robert.
Very briefly, perhaps you'd have asked this before. I'd love to know what a chilled beam is, which is on 81. I'm sure it's great and I'm sure it's environmentally friendly, but I've no idea what a chilled beam is. I know about solar hot water and other such things, night purge ventilation, get that. Don't know what that actually means. And can we have some more clarity in terms of cycling? Because despite people's views that we've sold out on bicycles and all the rest of it, I think there are a lot of bicycles after the pandemic that are lying in sheds with flat tires and aren't used. I'd like to see more from the highways department about the reality of what's happening in the wonderful world of cycling.
Well, just on the chill beams, very simply, they're basically like the radiators that go on the ceiling that are cold. So the cold air sinks and cools the space. So it's very simple and they've been around a long time. It's and actually one of the things you can do is take water out of the river air and use that as the cooling element for the building. So, you know, we're always trying to push boundaries at Wellington Place.
And if you turn to page 86, do members support the proposal? Do members support the proposal in respect of design, scale, form and detailing? Oh, I think that's a big yes, isn't it? Do members support the proposed approach to landscaping and pedestrian connectivity? Oh, definitely. Do members support the proposed approach to climate change and sustainability? And finally, the big one, do members agree to the formal application proposals being determined as a delegated decision? I think so. I don't think we need to see this again, do we? Lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Oliver and team. That was all very short and sweet for you, wasn't it? You're welcome. I'm sure we'll see you again. Keep up all the good design and the good work. Okay, you can ask.
Yeah, we'll.
Dalgers will do that. Oliver, sorry, before you go, Councillor Nash said she'd like a list of the species of trees. So if you could let her have that, nothing else has changed apart from that. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good to see you again, Andrew, in particular, who we know very well. You'll know the format for this. You have up to 10 minutes to present this to us. Very interested in what you're going to say. Won't chop you off in mid-sentence, I can assure you. And the idea is to get as much information from you on your session as we possibly can, and I shall endeavour to do that. Please introduce yourself as you speak, and when you're ready, please commence.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Very brief from me, because I'll simply hand over to the architects. Andrew Windrush, Planning Consultant, ID Planning. I'll hand over to the architects and let you get into the detail of the scheme.
Afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay. I'm Wesley Dodds from Enjoy Design Architects. I'm joined by Tony, who you just met, and Andrew Price from Reform, as well as Andrew. We're here to present Whitehall Riverside master plan as a pre-app. Quite a bit to get through in a short amount of time. So without further ado, I'll introduce the master plan, and we're each going to take a short turn to introduce different elements of the scheme. It's been 10 years since we brought the previous master plan to site. Quite a lot's changed since then. Just try and click onto the first slide if I can. Oh, okay. So changes you'll be well aware of. You've just been discussing the site adjacent. There's been much wider development around the site. Whitehall Road itself has developed, and there's been a prevalence of more mixed uses across the site. So that's led us as TCS in collaboration with Glenbrook just to replay as a master plan. So the proposals we're here to discuss today is a site-wide master plan with two outline elements, which are shown in blue on the top right-hand diagram. One for an office and one for an office or a part of a hotel, and then in the centre of the site, plot 6 and 7, a build-to-rent scheme, and a car park on plot 5, and an office at number 2, Whitehall Riverside, plot 2. So what we want to do is present the site strategy, talk a little bit about the buildings that we're going to bring through in detail, and then ask for your comments. So we're very much looking to utilise Whitehall Riverside's USP, which is the riverside. Whitehall Road plays a dominant part. We've got two very strong flanks, north and south. And quite a bit to play with in terms of quality and character. And really that's about, for us, enhancing north and south links throughout the site, connecting Wellington Place through to the riverside, using the bridge that's already been put in place, enhancing connectivity into the canal, and making the best use of all these wonderful assets. And that leads us to bring forward a landscape-led master plan in which buildings sit within that has a new public park at the landing point of the bridge in front of Whitehall Waterfront, which is something we've been very keen to try and resolve as a failed public space at the moment that we think we can do something with. We've got the opportunity to further enhance the Riverside Walkway, and we've got the ability to add buildings that generate quite a lot of character, certainly active frontage at the ground levels, and that will come forward in the form of colonnades and the like within the building designs, which we'll explain. We've been through a massing exercise using View City with the planning officers. We've, in general, got office and residential buildings up to 60 metres. The multi-storey car park runs up to 45 metres. And then we've got some very considered space in between buildings, all of which has been subject to fairly detailed negotiations before we've come to see you today. I think the best thing we can do is start with one of the sort of real facets of the site, which is the landscape. So I'll pass over to Andrew just to talk through those details first.
Thanks, Liz. So this is the master plan that's been developed as a team and with officers, which is, as Wes said, is based around the landscape and the character really of the context in which the site sits. And I think Leeds is very lucky in a way, and that there's not many other cities where you've got such a well-established green corridor coming right into the heart of the city. And what we want to do with this site, which takes a substantial part of that river corridor, is to create a place for people to come and enjoy that river corridor. So we've got a riverside, a new riverside space at the landing of the bridge, which, as Wes says, is transforming an existing hard space, which at the moment doesn't really function for people or for nature. So it creates a large green space with new tree planting, new low-level planting, and then that's going to be connected by 3 green streets, which will connect up to Whitehall Road, where we've got this new generous pedestrian route along Whitehall Road, and then tying in with the crossings over to Wellington Place. So the new space at the bridge landing will be a largely lawn space with low-level planting and rain gardens, which is well overlooked by the existing residential building, and new residential building adjacent to that. So it's going to be open, inviting, safe and secure, but also really attractive throughout the year. So we've got some work to do, develop the planting strategy before we put the application in. But what we want to try and do is create a planting mix which really enhances biodiversity and is inspired by the riverine character of this part of the city. And along the riverside, we want to make it as active and inviting and safe and comfortable for everybody. So we've got a generous riverside walkway. We've got active frontages along along both buildings, which form part of this application along the riverside. So there'll be spill out from cafe and restaurant and retail unit, but there'll also be new seating opportunities all the way along that edge, where people can dwell and enjoy the riverside location. And then connecting up to Whitehall Road, we've got 3 green streets. And the priority for these routes is to get real high quality pedestrian connections up to Whitehall Road. So the generous footpaths, there's a new cycle connection linking the bridge up to an extended cycle route along Whitehall Road. Substantial new planting and tree planting, which will function predominantly as part of the sustainable drainage network that we're delivering as part of this site. There'll also be opportunities on these streets for people to dwell as a sort of alternative to the riverside, so that there is, particularly, wet days, there's always a bit more protection. It might offer a different type of environment for people who are wishing to work or just meet with a friend. So we want to try and create as many different environments for people to use the space as possible. And then onto Whitehall Road, where we've set the buildings right back from Whitehall Road to allow space for a really generous green route along the road. So that, as you can see from the image on the bottom left, we're extending the existing cycle route so it comes across the existing vehicular access. We've got new substantial tree planting along the length of the road and low-level planting as well to improve biodiversity, bring additional colour to the street, and make sure there's interest throughout the year. So I'll hand back to Wes now to talk about a couple of the buildings.
So once we've finished with the landscape, we need to fit some buildings in, and the 3 buildings that are going to come forward are an office building, a multi-storey car park, and a build-to-rent residential scheme. So this is number 2 Whitehall Riverside, which is the office. What we're looking to do at ground floor is really make this a very active building. So there's a long entrance area that aligns with the easternmost Green Street running down and borders number 1 Whitehall Riverside. There's a ground floor and mezzanine space, so 6.5 meters of Class E space facing the riverside, and indeed wrapping around the corner, and a very deep colonnade. So that gives us the ability to do a few things. It allows us to shade the building and manage it sensibly environmentally, but it also gives us the ability to have some seating areas externally as well for when the weather permits. So we've got 5 or 6 meters of riverside frontage, and then we've got some external terrace seating space as well. The office footprint is every bit what you would expect from a commercial office footprint. But that said, we've located the core towards the back of the building that deals with the adjacency to the car park. It maximises the benefits then of the aspect towards the riverside as well as the southern facade, where in early discussions with our structural engineers of potentially putting a few columns in, because there's some very good research that's been done that demonstrates a huge reduction in carbon usage by shortening the spans of columns. So more to come on that, but certainly thoughts that are with us fairly early on in the design. On the bottom of the image there, you can just see how we've started to develop a proportion system for the facade. It's very much based on an analysis of local context, both modern in terms of the likes of Wellington Place, but also existing from Wellington Street and slightly further afield. And we've built up a proportion facade that, when we work in closer detail, gives us some nice deep reveals, the benefits of shading from it, an appropriate level of solid to void again. But more importantly, a building that we think will be robust, both in its material and its stature, and something that's got a sense of civic strength as well. We're very much designing these buildings to last. And that means they will be well built, well insulated, and very energy efficient. That will come in the form of BREEAM Excellent for a rating for the office building. And some concept imagery there just to try and show how that will sit along the riverside. So plenty of existing greenery on the riverside. There's all the new landscape that's proposed, and the proportion system there that starts to break up the facade of the building and sit within its context. We then move on to the car park, and this is a car park footprint that's very much derived by its context. So the first thing to do is to install the cycleway. We've then installed a wide strip, 5-metre strip that has tree planting within it for Whitehall Road. And then we've made the parking and circulation spaces work around it, but primarily at ground and effectively first floor and story heights, some active frontage and some classy retail usage there, as well as a generous entrance lobby for the car park operator, which will be City Park. And within that lobby space, we're going to look to try and introduce some e-scooters, possibly for hire for people to use. Similarly, e-bike charging and a repair hub as well. There's some concept imagery there to show, really to demonstrate how we've put quite a lot of time and effort into making this ground level work on Whitehall Road. So you can see the tree planting, you can see the cycle lanes. The architecture itself, we're then very much looking for a building that's honest. It will be a car park, it will be a transport hub. It doesn't want to look like an office building or want to look like a residential building. What we are very keen to do is use sustainable materials, and we've been here before and presented thoughts on that for previous schemes on this site. And worthy of note, there is an existing consent for a car park on the site, albeit this one will have reduced numbers to that. Probably also very much worthy of note, this will be a fully policy compliant car park. So there's a rough 50% split between car parking associated with the uses for the site, but also short stay car parking. And then in terms of usage, I think we want to make something quite clear in terms of our intention for this. This isn't a multi-storey car park for the combustion engine. We very much think there is a future in personalised transport. That may well be through electric vehicles. It may well be through the use of scooters and bikes, but nevertheless, there will always be a requirement to park personalised transport somewhere. And this scheme begins with somewhere between 12.5% and 20% electric vehicle charging. So we'd look to exceed policy at the outset. We'd look to design the building in such a way that we can plug and play, again, in line with policy, that we can introduce additional electric vehicle charging. I think one thing worthy of note, not everybody that parks an electric car every day needs to charge their car. And if people are making relatively short trips, it might be a once in a week thing. And we're looking to try and understand that a bit better with the proposal, and that will come forward with in-depth information for a planning application. There's some information there on how we want to try and articulate this facade. We are looking for a building that will be interesting to look at, that will be interesting materially, and we've got some development to go through there in how we make these louvers expressive and how they work. Another thing to mention will be that the operator City Park is looking to instigate an emissions-based charging program, so there will be benefits to people bringing more sustainable vehicles into the site as well. I'm just going to hand over to Tony, who's designing the build to rent.
Hi again, different hat this time. So yeah, this is the build to rent, which is to the south portion of the site. The ground floor on the left and the first floor on the right. The ground floor, the pink areas are the retail, with the lighter area at the back being the car parking and the yellow being the entrance. It's a build to rent scheme with the arrival point of Whitehall Road. And as Wes has mentioned, and in terms of the landscaping strategy, the active frontage coming back to create some meandering routes both on the east, west, north and south of the site as a large landscape strategy around the scheme. There is a lot of amenity space in the building. So our first floor, you can see an access point from the ground straight up into the middle of the building, whereby there's access onto the yellow areas, which is amenity space, but also the roof terraces, which are all part of the landscaping strategy of the building. Typically, the floor plate stacks between ground 15 to the north of this plan to Whitehall Road and ground 18 to the southern aspect of the site. It's a mixture, as you'd expect, of 1, 2 and 3 bed units. In total, there's 532 units, of which approximately 52% 1 bed, 40% 2 beds and 8% 3 beds. As you can see, it's arranged around central core with dual escape stairs and lifts. The staggering form of the building helps us to develop the brick structure and the brick approach to the building to create what appears to be more of a cluster of smaller buildings rather than larger linear buildings. So the principle being here on the elevations, you've got the south, large gables facing onto the water's edge along with the north side as well. And on the east and west elevations, the changing in materiality or the changing in tonal materiality of the brickwork creates this stepping form and this cluster of 4 buildings around a central space. The expressions of the facade are based, again, as we touched on before, Wellington Place, the sort of 2-3 stories expressions, which is part of what we've always talked about on Wellington Place and where we've developed on this scheme here. With the end gables, as we talked about, with large balconies stretching the entirety of the facade over those 3 or 2-story vertical expressions where the baseline is in glass and the other 2 are in metal. And these are just some initial visuals to show how that principle starts to stack itself up around the screen. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I did allow quite a run over there, but as I said, my introduction, I was trying to get as much information as I could out of you, and it's a large scheme, so perhaps 10 minutes wasn't enough, but I do apologise to the members, but I hope they found it useful. Questions? Peter, I see you first.
Thanks. I've got a couple of them. You didn't benefit from our previous discussions, I'm afraid, on some of the earlier applications. And we had quite a discussion around the mix of apartment sizes in one of the previous discussions. What I think we were looking for probably that would be slight changes in your mix there were 2 things. One, fewer than 50%, because we'd be above the target, above the acceptable ranges we have in the policy for 1 beds in there. So we'd be looking for fewer than 50% of that. The 2 bed, I think, is within the acceptable range, but then the 3 bed, the target is between 20 and 70%. So we'd certainly, we accepted earlier 10% as a bare minimum. And I think we want to see that when it came back. To just whether you'd have flexibility around those. The second one's around the car park, because I think the difficulty with car parks is exactly their intended use, and there are times at which somebody may need a car to come into the city centre. Obviously, accessible spaces you've got in there. What I'm not keen on is somebody bringing the car in on the morning and leaving it there for 9 hours along a perfectly usable bus route, as there is in these. So, a couple of questions on there. How will that help rely that people are going to, say, the theatre in an evening, when I'd accept you might want to use that, or nipping in for the shops, or using the hotel, I'd accept, because you might come with some distance for some bags, rather than office workers leaving their car there all day long, electric or otherwise. I'd rather they didn't bother. And then around the cycle parking, what is really needed in these locations, as well as things to facilitate the buildings themselves, public secure cycle parking that anyone could use, and it's certainly, if you've got the electric charging points for those, they'd be useful. So whether you'd consider that kind of addition there being somebody that anyone could access in what you call the multi-user transport hub or similar.
Thank you. Yes, we were on YouTube earlier, so we did hear the debate. So we were primed, and it's already been whirring around in the mind in terms of how that can be taken on board. And yes, when we come back with the revised scheme, the updated scheme, then we can all consider that and have a response with appropriate data and an appropriate scheme at that time. With regard to the multi-storey car park, yes, certainly not intended to be long stay, so it'd be the short stay public car parking with the developments on site having their pro rata amounts of car parking within that rather than on plots. So it will be the policy compliant in that sense, but then only for short stay in terms of that public use. And then in terms of the cycle parking, yes, again, a policy compliant provision, the long stay around the site, accessible Sheffield stands, and then within the multi-storey car park as touched on as well.
Thanks, Chair. If you've been watching it on YouTube, you will find that I am less reasonable than my colleagues over there who are prepared to accept 10%, 3 units in terms of the 3 bedrooms and the last discussion. I think you need to be more ambitious, certainly to satisfy me, and you need to be pushing those numbers well above 10%. We have a clear view that the housing mix that we want in the city centre needs to be better, needs to be more appropriate for families, and we think that means more 3-bed. Can you tell me at page 9, so you say over 100 semi-mature trees, what's the girth of those? Because I'm obsessed with girth, because I'm not sure what semi-mature actually means. And we had the same discussion, as you remember, with the Capital Park one, because we want to know how big these trees are, because semi-mature doesn't mean very much to me. I want to know what size they are. Can you, at page 95, sell me on the oil filter design? Because it just looks like a great big bloody oil filter to me as a car park. So convince me that that's going to be appropriate and it's going to fit nicely.
That's what it's now called, you realise?
Possibly. And at page 100, convince me that the thing that I see to my left isn't overly Eastern European, if you like, because it does look somewhat bleak and Eastern European. Page 100, 16 of theirs, but at page 100 of that one, you see, yeah.
Shall I
Vladivostok
start?
on a good day, perhaps. I don't know.
Shall I start with the answer to, sorry, Councillor Finnegan, shall I, is it okay for me to respond now? Is that okay? Yeah, sorry, yeah, so I'll just take the first one about the trees, which is hopefully a simple one, and semi-mature normally refers to anything over 20 to 25 in girth, and that's for those wanting to understand that, it's the circumference at about the height of 1.5 metres. So it's about a 6 to 7 metre tall tree, but we'll typically look, depending on the location of the trees, we'll obviously develop a strategy for the planning application and submit further details at condition discharge, but at key locations we'll look at trees bigger than that as well.
I'll have a go at oil filter. Yeah, it's a challenging format, a car park to design, or a transport hub, or however. In that building regulations drive us to either mechanically or naturally ventilate. Our preference would always be to naturally ventilate a building. Why expend energy when we don't need to? So we have to have a facade that's perforate. We have to be able to encourage that natural ventilation. What we don't want to do is create a building design that's overly transparent that then becomes ugly if there's lots of cars parked there. So our challenge, and it's not one that's completely resolved with the oil filter design, it's one that's, we need to work out and come back and talk to you about, is to try and deal with how we obscure views, maintain ventilation, and through conversation with the design team is honest. It's honest in its material and it's honest in its usage. So that's very much our brief. I think we're on the path with it, but I would like to come back and talk to you in more detail about how we've tested that and how we make that work.
Yeah, in terms of the Eastern European bloc,
I think, well, there's a couple, I'm not quite sure the Eastern European blocks quite look like this, but, I think the principle is that the materiality, which is brick, is driven by the context that it sits around in terms of its, the associated buildings that sit around that portion of it. The images are straight from a baseline model, so it's a pre-app. It's not fully rendered and it's not fully developed. But the idea is that the picture frame windows, again, fully glazed at the ends with balconies in glass and a mixture of metal, will have a lot of depth and shadow to them. That will obviously change throughout the day, as well as the side elevations, which is a mixture of 2-3 stories express facades with reveals in powder coated aluminium and horizontal banding in powder coated aluminium as well. So that will tie itself back into the context of Wellington Place, which sits directly opposite it. But again, obviously, it's a pre-app, and we'd be keen when we come back in the application to refine that and hopefully get a bit more time to talk you through that as we go through it.
I'm sure you will. Jumping out of turn a bit, can I bring in Councillor Nash, who wants to add a comment regarding trees that was raised by Robert? Councillor Nash?
Yeah, well, I've got two comments. Well, first of all, with trees, the bigger the tree, the harder it is for it to take. And it's what you call, it knocks it back. So you shouldn't be too ambitious with mature trees. Mature trees, great, but, just be careful. Now, I'd like to support what's been said about the Eastern European blocks. If we had a lovely sunny climate, that colour would be lovely, but we don't. We have so many dark, gloomy days, and what we don't want is it to be reflected in our architecture. So please choose another colour, and if you can't think of a colour, white would do. And that also brings me on to the previous multi-storey car park. On the page 95 of the presentation booklet, there's a nice rusty coloured building which looks quite nice, but on the facing page there's one which is almost black. Please, let's have lighter colours, let's have warmer colours. And and just getting back to trees, I would like a list of the species, please.
Thank you, Liz. Most of them were comments. I'm sure they'll be taken on board. Moving back to the agenda. Neil.
Yep, thanks, Chair. Yeah, interesting set of proposals. Just appreciate it's only a pre-app stage, but looking at section 8.6, climate change and sustainability, obviously our local plans are under review with respect to climate emergency. Government, there's a lot of emerging work and planning going on at the moment. At this stage, could you care to elaborate how you're going to rise to that challenge? Because you're building to rent, you're in it for the long haul. Nobody wants to be building a development that's going to need extensive retrofit. So could you, at this point, are you able to add some more detail to how you're going to rise to those challenges?
I'm not quite sure. You mean by retrofit? Sorry.
Yeah, so to move to a zero carbon basis, an awful lot of buildings are going to need extensive retrofit. And I'm curious, at this pre-app stage, is how do you think you can produce a development that won't need any of those kind of works looking forward?
I mean, obviously in the build to rent sector, Glenbrook, well, as a client of ours and who've done numerous developments across, from Manchester, Leeds, Liverpool, and I've looked at several opportunities here. They have a model of which the product they put in terms of the fit out of it it's durable, it's good quality, and it doesn't need extensive refits or remodeling as it goes throughout its gestation of the life, which is an important part of that process of build to rent, if you like. As is the external materiality of the building. We're trying to use and take the points about colours and often colours on images on pieces of paper don't come across quite well, but that the use of brick and the durability of those materials are also going to help in terms of the longevity of the building. In terms of sustainability, we are at an early stage, and in terms of net zero carbon and where we move forward, and actually as part of the application, we'll be looking at that. But things like, you know, PVs we're looking at, we are using electric all over the building, which is no surprise. Various different elements to do with sustainability and how we can drive forward the low embodied carbon, because it's part of Glenbrook's process and indeed themselves, in terms of it's not always as easy to tie into a policy, but what they do look to do is a real net saving in carbon rather than policy adherence in terms of what they want to look at. Additionally, elements in the ground floor, retail units, you know, looking at how we utilize those materials and how we utilize the energy use in those areas as well as part of that consideration.
I agree with Councillor Nash about the Eastern Bloc, as it were. I actually think the proportions of it are quite elegant, and I like it as a building, but I do think it's the wrong colour. So I would request that you consider the warmer colour, perhaps on page 99. I find a lot more attractive. The proportions I actually like, and the cleanness of the architecture I enjoy, but it does look wrong to me in that colour. The other question I had was about the car park. You're still thinking about the design of the car park. Can I ask, is this similar treatment to the John Lewis car park, which actually won a design award? And if so, my personal opinion would be, when at night, when the lights are on and it's dark outside, it's much less attractive because you can see the traffic. In the day, it's actually a really nice formation.
I agree with your comments, and that's part of the challenge of designing the car park. It's having that level of perforation so that it works sustainably in terms of natural ventilation, but that it's not see-through on the night time. It's something that we need to explore. We're working on that. I think that's something that we'll gladly come and present, because that's what we see as being the challenge of that facade. I think it's one that's completely resolvable, but it's how we explore that to make it work, to make it a good-looking building. Which I agree Victoria Gate very much is, but one of its lesser sides is that some people think it's more transparent on a night time. That's got a slightly wider proportion in terms of the cladding system. So with the twists on the cladding, it does leave for larger openings, and part of the design with the louvers is to try and make that less obvious, and that's more controlling. We're doing some very interesting studies at the moment, and we're turning the lights on and off in the daytime and off, and I think anything we do bring to you, we'll try and demonstrate that. I think it's right to ask the question.
Dalge just reminded me at my brief for the car park, I suggested that because it was a car park, could we have a green wall? It wouldn't block any windows and offices and what have you, and might add to the visual attractiveness on it, but it'd be worth thinking about and exploring it. Dan, please. Don. Oh, he is, but he put his hand up and then went, oh, it'll have to be you, Colin, then.
Yeah. You don't usually last a full session down. These are more comments in no particular order whatsoever. I think I would say this because I say it to all developers. If it's not policy compliant, don't bring it back. And we've touched on various things, but in particular, we certainly on the build to rent, we're going to talk to you about affordability, and we're going to expect it to be policy compliant. And I think you've already heard about the mix. I think if we just pick up Neil's point, there's quite an extensive amount of work being undertaken by the council to upgrade their local plans. And by the time you're doing this, you're going to need to meet those. So that's another policy I think it will be worth looking at now, rather than us having to have this discussion, say 3, 4, 5, 6 months down the line. I have to say, I quite like the multi-story car park. I think the base. I appreciate that doing a multi-story car park is actually quite difficult because all the usual reference points that people have of windows and doors aren't there. And so it's very difficult to produce a building that people automatically say, oh, that's okay, because effectively your mind's saying to you, where are the windows? And actually, I think if this is a concept, it's a good concept to start with. And I wouldn't want you to move too far away from it, if I'm honest. That's my personal view. I would agree that some of the other buildings look a bit dour. But that's the whole point of a pre-app, isn't it? Is for us to say to you, maybe you could go away and tweak these a bit and come back with something that's a bit more cutting edge. So I know we get problems when we start talking about cutting edge, don't we? Generally, I think obviously this is a big site. There's a lot of development on there. You're not going to be building all this out in 6 months. You're going to come back to us at some point or other, even if we gave permission tomorrow to change everything because the world changes. But I think if you reflect on some of the things that we've said, and I would just give you a little tip, it's just jogged my memory. We will be asking lots of questions about sustainability. And if you were here for the previous pre-app, that developers picked up on the fact that we asked those questions. So what do they start out with? How absolutely fantastic this is going to be in environmental terms. And so I'd suggest to you that when you come back with the final one, you might want to start with that as a way of trying to persuade us that this is really a good idea. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Colin. Kaylee, please.
Thanks, Chair. A lot of the questions that I had written down have already been asked, but just quickly, is there actually existing demand for office space? Because obviously, pandemic, businesses are reducing their office space because of, the ability to work from home, and that being proven that it's possible, I suppose. And then just quickly, I'd like to echo my colleagues' comments on the affordables and on the housing mix. But also just quickly like to disagree with my colleagues, Councillor Nash and Grewin, on the colour. I think that if we have like a mono colour sort of landscape, it gets quite boring, because like at the moment we've got basically red brick or beige, and I actually welcome a bit more texture and a bit more darkness in there. I think that's quite good. So yeah, just that one question really on the office space.
To answer your question, I think there is a demand for office space. It's for the right type of office space, and ever increasingly, more importantly, sustainable office space that's very well designed. And that's very much the intention. It's much harder to take existing space and adapt it to meet modern standards. So as with all buildings, they'll rise and fall in their usage and the requirements. We very much think there is a place for it. We believe that there's a requirement for slightly smaller footprints of office space, and that's part of the reason why we've not delivered the earlier schemes that were approved on the site, which 10 years ago there was a requirement for very large office footprints, and that's why we've sort of looked to change the design of number 2 and produce a smaller footprint building.
Councillor Latty, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The general design of this, I must be honest, I find quite pleasing. It very occasionally we're able to say that it looks as though an architect has practiced his art, because often it doesn't look like that when we get pre-apps and proposals. But the colour business, I don't see any point in getting hung up about colour at this stage, because obviously no one's asked you yet, but at some point we do need to see a palette of what you're going to use. That's most important. The car park, like my colleague, Councillor Campbell, I find that quite pleasing. And the thought of plastering it with green stuff, if you're going to have a green wall on something, you've got to design it with a green wall in the first place, not design it and then stick something on. And I think it would be a loss to this proposal if the car park was changed. So generally speaking, a good job, I think. Thank you.
The odd councillor, they weren't questions, they were comments. Okay, but yes, we're still on questions.
I've got to say, we've been having a sort of little look here at the sort of dark coloured buildings, and I've got to say, on some of the impressions, actually, I quite like them. But if you go to, where is it now? Page 101, that looks a bit overpowering, what's on there. So as long as it's something like on page 100 or that, I'm quite happy with it. So if you've won me over if you do it like it is on a page 100. I think the housing numbers after or the not the housing numbers, but the type of housing you're playing has to change. I think you need to move on 3-bedroom. I mean, we made it quite clear earlier on, and we need to move forward on that. I think that's going to be a thing for future that we're going to be keen on. And I think the other thing is it's got to be fit for purpose for future. It's no good building something that meets today's guidelines if you're dealing with housing. I'll just give an example of when we had the insulation scheme quite a few years ago, and I went on to an house where they were insulating it, and it had got built 3 months before they changed the building regulations, and else they'd have had what we were putting inside it. And what we've got to be ahead of the game now. We're going for zero carbon, and probably planning policy is not keeping up with that. But you need to be ahead of the game, I think. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you, David. We're definitely finishing on comments. Most of you already have made comments, so you don't need to make them again. Any final comment that we missed before we go on to answering the questions that's been posed for us? No. Okay, we'll move on for that. I like a bit of discipline. Well done. Okay, if we can move down to page 99 on our agenda. At conclusions 9.1. Do members consider that the proposed use of the site for residential, office, hotel and multi-storey car park is appropriate in principle? Yes. I think that's a general yes. Do members support the emergent scale and layout of the development? Yes. Yep. Do members support the emerging public pedestrian routes and landscaping throughout the site? Yes. Well, it's mainly yes. Okay. Do members have any comments on the proposed approach to car parking at the site? No? Do you want to clarify that?
It was really the fact that the multi-storey car park is a commercial proposition. So not only is it serving the uses that have been proposed on the site, but it'll also be providing general public car parking for visitors. So I've already heard the comment made earlier that it shouldn't be for long-term parking for office workers. but that's not what's being proposed. So it was just to make sure members were happy with that.
Caroline?
Yeah, taking into account Peter's comment earlier on, I understand you can structure the pricing to discourage people from leaving their car there all day and encourage shorter stays. So I would suggest that technique is used.
Sorry, is 9.4, do we support what's been said, that it could be controlled through a pricing mechanism? Is that a yes? That's all around yeses then. Thank you for your presentation, and we look forward to the planning application coming to us with much more detail, which I know it will, but wish you good afternoon now, or good evening, whichever it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last but not least.
Yeah.
The biggest site.
This is a big one, isn't it?
Terms, yeah,
This
yeah.
was a very interesting one. He's done a good job. Thank you for me.
Yeah.
What's that? Andrew, was it?
Andrew Perkins.
Yeah, it was Perkins. Yeah, I remember.
Oh, he's
Good
done well.
one.
He's
Andrew, thank you. I didn't get. Thank you.
Yeah, they need encouragement. But
I think they all do at
yeah.
that stage, don't they?
Yeah, I'm very lucky.
You are.
I've got a good team.
Thanks.
Can I say something before we get the
No.
And my star performer is Sarah.
Sarah, of course she is. She's our #1 planner.
No. You do fine, Sarah.
You do.
You do fine.
You
for
do.
me.
We always listen to you very carefully. It's experience. You can't beat it, really,
You can't
can
buy
you?
it.
You know, you can't. These young people, they will come on. They will be a Sarah in future, but it'll take them a few years to get there. Oh, I'm still on.
Yeah, you might get over it.
Good evening and welcome. Sorry you had to wait, but we can never time these things. But you're here now and you have a chance to make a presentation. But before I do bring you in, Sarah would like to say a few words to members and then we shall commence.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to talk briefly about the mass transit network in relation to this scheme and point out to members that in the draft Temple brief, planning brief, that there is a safeguarding of the route or a route for mass transit, potential route along Sweet Street West, with there being 20 metres in width across the whole street. So that's 10 metres from the north side, 10 metres from the south side. So in terms of this scheme, that would be 10 metres that they would provide. We've talked with them, they can do that, 10 metres up to the centre of the carriageway. But in terms of where mass transit is, so you can understand the position we're in, because obviously they're bringing a scheme to us today, and mass transit is probably not at the same stage, but it isn't. The mass transit team in Highways and Transportation have provided me a brief statement to advise you on where they're at. So they say that the West Yorkshire Combined Authority have published their mass transit vision for consultation in January 2020. On the tube map, this includes a route connecting Leeds and Bradford with a stop in Holbeck. Whilst mass transit will not have any statutory protection until the sealing of the Transport and Works Act order and adoption into local planning policy, there is a period where route identification needs to be conducted to enable this. At this time, Sweet Street and Sweet Street West are being considered as one potential alignment option for mass transit. Highways and Transportation in the Council are keen that a sufficient highways corridor is provided to enable this as noted in the Temple brief. what Highways and Transportation say is that we currently don't have enough sufficient information to inform this pre-application consultation, but that they will accelerate work to understand the potential design implications. And should there be an issue, then our team in Highways and Transportation will work with the local developers team here and attempt to resolve ahead of any outline submission being made, any issues that would affect that. So just to set that as the scene of the application, so that you're aware of that in the background of the whole scheme. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sarah. That's very useful. And of course, we will have the opportunity to look at it again before the outline, which is very important. Any questions to Sarah? Or is that, I think that was a really good explanation. Liz?
Sorry to appear an ignoramus, but what do you mean by mass transport?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, part of the work that's been carried out by the combined authority is to work out what form the mass transit should be. So it potentially could be a tram, but it could be another form of mass transit. But certainly they're the types of discussions that are ongoing at the moment.
Okay, back to the applicants. Okay, can I invite you to make your comments? You have up to 10 minutes, maybe a little bit over. We'll see how it goes. So please begin when you're ready. Introduce yourself so we know who you're speaking, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So my name is Kevin Waugh. I'm from Westrock. We are the owners of the site and the applicant. Your debate around planning policy has been quite interesting. So quite interesting to sit and listen to what you've been talking about, because I think planning policy is always a fundamental building block to bringing a scheme forward. And it obviously helps us to shape our thoughts, our understanding, and certainly the discussion you've had around sustainability, materiality, housing mix. I think for us, it's all helpful information. We're at an early stage in terms of our thinking. What we're presenting to you today is ideally about building scale, massing, the fundamentals of the scheme ultimately. So to sort of dive into some of those detailed elements for us is really important at this early stage, and it gives us something to think about and take away from today, and help myself and the architects to hopefully improve the scheme on the back of some of that discussion. So just a bit of a very brief introduction to who Westrock are. So we are a private real estate investment company and developer, principally around office space. We've got about £8 billion invested in the sector at the moment. I think we recognised 5 or 6 years ago that the permitted development rights changing gave an opportunity for office space obviously to be converted into residential. And off the back of that, we set up a company called Platform to focus on the build to rent sector. So Platform has about 600 units currently under management around the country. We've got a pipeline of about 1,500, 1,600 units coming forward over the next 3 to 5 years. So I think we've got a significant pipeline coming forward. We've got units around the country, but our focus is on, I'm going to say, customer experience and the experience of the resident. I know from my own experience of the rental sector that it has been a bit of a Wild West, and having multiple landlords makes life difficult certainly for the renters. I think I saw a stat this morning that the rental population is about 13 million people, so it's about 20% of the population. What we look to bring forward is a purpose-built accommodation, high quality. It's all about the communal experience, creating a community. And I think it's important just to stress that we are a long-term investor and developer. What we build, we then operate. So, we're in it for the long term. It's about building a community. Thank you.
Hi, I'm David Bailey, DLG Architects. So
just going to take you through the journey that we've been on over the last few months with Platform West Rock in terms of developing the master plan, and just lead you through to the stages that we're at now. So the starting point, I think, really was to go back and look at the outline consent that had actually expired, and was to review that and see what positives and negatives we could take and see whether there was any benefit in bringing that back to life. But clearly the analysis, we looked at that, it was sort of an average of 8 stories. They were very repetitive in form with the buildings that were on the site. They were generally clustered around courtyards that were closed off. So we felt there was a lack of amenity, a lack of light coming in, especially from the south. And we also identified that whilst there were roads going through the middle of the site, which was great for car access, it also meant that you didn't have those sort of private pedestrianised spaces. So we felt the sort of public amenity scheme around that master plan was poor and quite weak. So instead of developing that, we put that to one side and sort of started afresh with that. So I'm going to take you through that. So I think you know where the site is. I think you've been to have a look at it this morning earlier on. So this slide just shows some of the planning context. So the green denotes the neighbourhood plan area, and then the Holbeck Village SPD is just up in the pale blue, and then the pinky sort of salmony colour just picks out the conservation area. You can see then we're quite close to the city centre in terms of we're only 5-6 minutes from the station with using the southern access. But then, of course, we're bounded to the east and to the south by the train line that runs all the way around. I think on the next page, then just looking at the actual site itself, the opportunities, the constraints, so effectively the good bits, the bad bits. Obviously, the more difficult bits we've got to deal with are the train tracks to the east and the south, as I said. The conservation area in many respects is whilst it's a constraint, is actually a real opportunity. I think when you zoom into the actual site itself, it's got 2 great assets on it. Well, it's actually got one on it, and that's the Commercial Inn pub to the north, which actually sits within the conservation area. But then just to the south, actually outside of the site, it's got the former library building, which abuts onto Nineveh Road. So I think whilst I'm saying those are constraints, I think they're great opportunities. So those have almost been the starting point for us as to where we take the site. Then if you look at what we've got around the site, we've got obviously Marshall Street coming north-south on the east side. We've then got Sweet Street and Sweet Street West to the north of the site. And then we've also got Bath Road as well to the north of the site on the east. And then all to the south, of course, we've got Holbeck and sort of around. And at the moment, it might be argued that this site is barren and has prevented some linkages between this and the city centre. It's not a particularly pleasant site to walk past at the moment with it being empty. So moving on to the next slide, this is really the first moves of the master plan was to, as I say, take those 2 opportunities really. I think that the library down to the south and then the pub, which was actually the first meeting point of the Aslef Union. So it actually has did have a blue plaque. It's away in temporary storage at the moment. But it's a building that people also associate with Peter Lorimer, so it's got that sort of double historic context which we've tried to respond to. So within this diagram here, you can see that we've got 2 green areas to the right hand side, and we see those as important sort of landing points. We see people arriving, coming down from Marshall Street from city centre, and the opportunity of bringing them into the site around the pub. The pub can then inform that space and can bring it to life. It's a leisure opportunity as well. Then down to the south of the site, we've got the former library, and which is I think a sort of poor relation at the moment. It's got some very high palisade fencing around it, and whilst we don't own it, what we see as a vision is the possibility of creating a landing point, another public space there. So if that palisade fencing came down, the owners brought it down, then that library could feed into that public space, and we could make a lot more of it. Then we've joined those 2 public spaces with more north-south landscaping and equally east-west. And I think then if you look over to the east of the site, the top left-hand corner in the point of the triangle, Bath Road is an opportunity as well, and we see that as being a sort of what I call a landing point. So people coming down Bath Road can arrive, not just arrive in the site, but there's a square where they arrive and they're greeted into the development. The various colours on this one then just pick out that it's a mixed-use scheme we're coming forward with. So the salmony pink you'll see in the middle, or sort of more, depending on which screen you're looking at, but the salmony pink, the two circles there are the build-to-rent residential buildings that will come forward. Then the blue colours, with 2 of those, are the 2 office buildings. So one to the right-hand side, which faces onto Marshall Street, and then one to the south, which is next to the library. And then to the left-hand side, again, just a up almost heading up into the corner of the triangle and overlooking the railway lines. We've then got some flats, but we see those as being market sale flats, so available for private sale. So those are the main uses. Then if I take you on to the next diagram, then that's more the sort of spatial strategy in a bit more detail, where we've then taken that previous diagram and we've worked it up into more detail. So I think we see the pub and that northern landing point on the corner of Marshall Street and Sweet Street West being the sort of the heart of the scheme. I think that's where we see that we need to focus all the activity. So we see the pub, we don't see that being demolished, we see that being retained. It's an important part of the conservation area, and we'd like that to inform the development and inform the square. We see the uses in the buildings to the left-hand side, which the three, we've broken it into 3 blocks to allow permeability north-south of those BTR buildings. We see the ground floors of those being given over to leisure, possibly commercial uses as well. So we're seeing animated frontages into that square. And then you can see just to the south of the square, you've got the office building again. So that's got an active frontage and will inform and overlook the square. And you can see the circle we've introduced into the square is actually the idea of a more of a community focused building. So it might be some sort of gymnasium, it might be a sort of bar or restaurant, but it's again more active frontage. It's a lower height. It responds in height to the pub next door to it, to the commercial inn. And then you can just see how we've broken down and begun to look at the shapes of the buildings on the west side of the site. Generally, we've gone with the orientation of building is north-south. As with the previous scheme, it had those sort of enclosed courtyards. We've taken the south of the courtyards off, so we've tried to open up the courtyards. So instead of being completely enclosed, you're getting daylighting in, sunlighting in, open to the south. But we also see that that's important in terms of not just the light and the amenity, but also in terms of that variation of not just having public space and private space, but having that transition space as well. So some of those courtyards are open to the public as well. The public can walk through those, but at night time, it might be that for safety, they get closed down. But there's lots of different types of space. So it's not just black or white. There's lots of shades in there. If I just go on to the next slide, then this is really where we're at the moment in terms of looking at the heights and the massing of that previous diagram. So you can see here, we're looking from just above the corner of Sweet Street and Marshall Street. We're looking towards the southwest. You can see the pub in the foreground. You can see what we call the clubhouse, the circular building, overlooking the square. And you can see how permeable that square is. So it's picking people coming down from the north. They can enter into the site. You see the 3 blocks on the right-hand side overlooking Sweet Street. Again, the orientation north-south, so that we get as much and as many west-facing and east-facing flats and windows in there. You can see then the office building, which has got whilst it's got a frontage into the scheme, it's also then got a facade directly onto Marshall Street. And then you've then got the library down to the bottom, and in the middle we've got the other BTR building. The landscaping is important. We'll come on to that in a moment. But we also see that the sort of amenity for residents is important. So we'll be looking at balconies, and as you alluded to and commented on earlier in some of the previous applications you've been looking at, we'll be looking at what sort of balconies and the number of balconies. But I think we've also see that balconies are good, but we'd like to bring more amenity on. So we're looking at roof terraces as well. So you see on the northern block overlooking Sweet Street, we've lowered some of the roofs so that they are accessible for residents, and they're almost sort of private spaces. So that's what I was saying about having different types of space and different types of green space within the development. So it's not just public space, but there's private and residential space as well. Just a few more slides. This slide then it shows you in the different colors. You can see clearly the different uses we've got. You can see the paler pink is the BTR, the market sale residential in the distance, and then the 2 paler blue ones are the office buildings to the left-hand side. And you can also then see that the heights as well, we've stepped the heights down so that the scheme is generally higher to the west of the site, so the furthest away corner in this image. But then they step down as you get towards Marshall Street, so they get much lower, step down to respond to the library and to the commercial inn pub. We're just at master plan stage at the moment, so we haven't come to you to talk about elevations and what they're going to look like. But it's likely when we've looked at what the palette of materials is around the site that we're going to come forward with a palette of bricks, I would imagine, and the fenestration will need to look at introducing some relief into those elevations, as much relief as we possibly can do. This next slide then, the public space and the space around the buildings is probably the most critical thing at this master plan stage. So we've begun to think about the square to the north corner around the commercial inn, and we've called that the Sweet Street Square. Then you've got St John's Green, as we've named it, running east-west, and that then leads around into the Bath Road Square, that sort of arrival space if you come down from Bath Road. But then around the library, we've then got we've named it the Green Mount Place, so that larger space which sort of begins to set off the Nineveh Library and is overlooked and informed by the office building to the north. And then you've also got the green route running north-south, linking those two squares. So I'll just quickly take you through some images that we've begun developing of the spaces around the buildings and between them. So this is an image then looking again from the corner of Sweet Street and Marshall Street, looking southwest. So you can see the Sweet Street Square, the introduction of some green spaces in there, but we don't want to green it up too much because we see that square as possibly being a space that could accommodate markets. It could be flexible. We could have some temporary vehicles on serving food. We see it as a space that can be brought to life. So it's a sort of fine balance within that space. But you can see behind then the sort of St John's Green going off to the right-hand side where their planting gets more significant. And there's a few precedent images here just of where we think these spaces want to go. They really need to be spaces for the residents and spaces for people. That's why we want to keep them so they're flexible and we can bring different uses in if we need to. This again, Sweet Street Square, looking up to the north. So you can see just behind the clubhouse is the former pub building. We're introducing and looking at the idea of colonnades as well, single height colonnades, double height colonnades to give more relief and interaction for people at street level. That's the view then looking down towards the library, as we called it, St John's Green. So looking down that way, you can see the library overlooking the green space, but also the BTR building in the middle, looking over that as well. That's quite an important link as well, I think, for people coming up from the south. So you've either got the option of walking up Marshall Street, or you can come into the development, wander through, and then pop back out. Next slide is just giving you an idea of some of the precedents and the sort of the feel of how we see that north-south space, that St John's Green space coming forward. To the south of the site, then we talked about the library and really trying to bring that to life. And this is really how we would ultimately see the vision. I mean, the library is not within our client's control; it doesn't own it, but we see that there's a responsibility for us to try and set up something that could be a player within the sort of overall master plan. So, and I think creating that public space there really begins to set that building off. It allows it to sort of work nicely with the newer development around. There are some significant changes in level down at that end of the site as well, just around the library. So we see that the landscaping can help us there with taking those levels out, but also create some interesting features for seating. Two other things just to pick up on in terms of landscaping, but also the roads around. So the north, if you remember the north-south road on Marshall Street, I think policy identifies that as a green corridor and as a sort of cycle route as well. So we've pulled the development over to the west to allow space for a sort of rain garden, footpaths and space in front of the building, and then also a cycle route as well. So that's an important thing, I think, within the development. But then we've done something similar on Sweet Street West, where we've had a brief look at the mass transit system and identifying that we can accommodate that should that need to come forward in the future, but also we can accommodate a cycle route and parking, and then a little bit of green space in front of the flats. So that's some precedent images just showing the nature of some of those shared spaces with the landscaping and the cycle routes. If I just close on that slide there, that's the slide we looked at before, the overview of the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I think we've got quite a lot of information from it. Thank you. Questions from members now. Councillor Garthwaite, please.
Yes, I hope that you're going to be open to changing the names of that you've currently given to the different areas. For example, Greenmount Place. There's a Greenmount Place not a mile from here, up in near Greenmount School. There's Greenmount Place, Greenmount Street, Greenmount Lane. It seems to me you might have researched that slightly better and not come up with exactly the same name, which obviously is going to cause enormous amounts of confusion. St. John's, again, I don't know what that relates to, but there are 8 St. John's only just over a mile, probably in a different direction in Little Woodhouse. Again, I would say that that's not a good name. And Sweet Street Square, it seems very boring to me. What I would like to see more of is a reflection of the past while, of course, looking to the future. And there are many, many names of people in Holbeck who deserve to be remembered by names. For example, Mary Gawthorpe, a suffragette who lived and worked in Holbeck at St. Luke's School and supported her mother and her brother, and in fact was a householder very unusually in the late part of the 19th century, and therefore able to vote in local elections and campaigned vigorously throughout the area. There are other people. Kay's Catalogue Factory played an enormous role as an employer and a landmark for people in the area, many of whom remember it. There should be some remembrance of that. And there's much, much more. Peter Lorimer owned the pub. You know, there's no shortage of possibilities. You don't have to be so dull. And it worries me that that attitude might sort of, you haven't really grasped the concept that you're doing something in Holbeck. You've met, the neighbourhood plan is mentioned, and there's all sorts of planning policies about reflecting the character of the neighbourhood. And I think that this has a real chance of uniting the traditional part of Holbeck, the old residential part of Holbeck, and the more modern part of Holbeck as the cultural centre, and the rather unfortunately named urban village, which I hope isn't used anymore, because it's just made it look like there were 2 Holbecks and one of them was missing out and the other one was all the new and exciting bit where the investment was going in. That's a mistake of the past. This is an opportunity to bring the whole thing together, and by reflecting those things, not just saying, well, the library is a heritage asset and there it is, so we're not going to meddle with that, but reflecting the whole character, the history, in your whole conceptual thinking about it. It gives a real opportunity. Plaques, murals, I don't know, come up with something, but I think that's really important. And one other thing, I'm sure my colleagues will have things to say. Please don't say the elderly. Older people is great. Older people is fine. The elderly is, perhaps I'm oversensitive, but I find it insulting. Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Well done. Okay. I hope you managed to write all that down, because it's hugely important, and we will be asking questions when it comes forward as a planning application.
Yeah, Tom Cook from Zerum. I think my microphone's not working. Take your point, Councillor Garthwaite, on some of the names. I see we've been joined by our landscape architect, who's probably going to tell me, and actually I know what he's going to say, that St. John's was the old historic street network around there. So we have been looking through the history with it. We've had a very good conversation with Holbeck Together, who we've done work with in the past, and Neighbourhood Forum. I think we've got plans that actually start next month in terms of our consultation with the Neighbourhood Forum, with the community, involving the local schools, because I think we can get them involved in this as well. But we're completely with you that we need to be bringing everything together here. And I'm sure John will kind of comment on the naming of the squares.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Yeah.
Yeah, these aren't working.
Does that one work?
This one works. Yeah, do you want to dive in?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, so sorry, just to reiterate the point, names are changeable. As I said, they are there as an orientation tool and to ensure that we are creating distinguished places, so a network of different spaces, not one homogeneous space. The names themselves are references to historic streets and historic assets on the site. So St John's Green is named after St John's Church, which was demolished a number of years ago. So they are historic reference points. There might be more interesting historic references, but we want this to be of Holbeck, of its past, but also of its present and future. So looking at all of the sort of digital skills and artistic skills in Holbeck at this point in time and bringing that into the scheme as well. So it's not just looking backwards, it's looking at present and future Holbeck as well.
I think just on the names as well, it's an opportunity to reach out to the community through the consultation process to get some feedback from them on what they would like to see in terms of names. So it's absolutely open for us to change, look at, take soundings and embrace local history. Yeah.
Thank you. I've got you, Rob. Caroline, please.
Thank you. I'm glad that you've got the pub involved in the development and that you're going to refurbish it and it's going to continue to be a working pub. Have you thought about seeking to acquire the ex-library building and do similar with that, giving public access to it? Oh, and the other question was, what's the clubhouse about?
In terms of the library, we haven't spoken to them yet, as I understand it. Happy to have that conversation. I think it's a shame not to embrace that building, because of the quality of it. Walking around it, you think it needs tidying up. It looks a bit like it needs a jet wash for a start. And it'd be a real shame to have that sort of palisade fence barrier between us and them. That just doesn't make any sense for an arrival point at all. So, even if we weren't to acquire the building, for example, I think we'd certainly want to talk to them about opening up the space, opening up the relationship between the two buildings and certainly bringing that into the public realm. I think the trees around the boundary are mentioned in the officer's report. And I think equally, we're re-looking at the buildings the office building adjacent to the library and how the two talk to each other, and also how you embrace the trees, that green corridor, create a nice space, because it's really one of those challenges along that boundary to the railway. Sorry, I'm getting off point there slightly, but in answer to your question, yes, I think we need to have further conversations with the library and try and bring them on board into the concept of what we're trying to achieve here, because it'd be a shame for them not to be involved. Absolutely. In terms of the clubhouse, it's a way of, and I wrote down inclusivity on my piece of paper here, that, if you walk through the area, everything is it feels a bit exclusive, and, you can't it doesn't feel like you can walk into any of the developments as you come from the station south. It feels very kind of enclosed and sort of, everybody's not really embracing the public. So I think the clubhouse is a way of increasing amenity space, be that for, that is open for everyone. It's not just in the building, the BTR block, for example, you've got your own gym in the BTR, no one else can come in. It's about embracing the community. We could have a space that is that the community could rent out, make use of. I think the last thing you want is a white elephant and say, well, that's a community room, and nobody then uses it because they don't want to manage it. So I think it's a building that we're evolving in terms of design, about how we use it, but I very much see it as it could be a mix of uses sort of stacked up, and it's a way of expanding, as I say, the amenities of the site, of the scheme, of the local area. And equally, it's about creating a destination. You need a reason for people to come there, and it draws people hopefully through the area to the site.
I think if I can add to that, Councillor Groom, I think in speaking to the forum and to Holbeck together as well, we've obviously got St Matthew's Church, we've got the Working Men's Club, but then there's a newer community of Holbeck who are benefiting from the development in the city, who maybe don't immediately make that link that you are part of Old Holbeck, really. And without Old Holbeck, there wouldn't have been a Leeds in the way that we see it today, in terms of the things that happened in Holbeck that helped the city grow over the years. So I think in speaking to the community groups, we're very clear about, you've got St Matthew's, you've got the Working Men's Club, and then this is another piece of the jigsaw that helps tie people together in terms of the new community, the established community, but also the older community as well. So we are talking to them about the uses within there and how we can kind of make that link across the ward.
And of course, if you were to acquire the library, that could do a very similar job in terms of increasing amenity space in a very beautiful environment. I don't know what the interior is like, but the officer has shared with me some photographs of how it used to be. I don't know whether it's restorable, but it would make a wonderful community resource.
Yeah, because it's now offices, and I think ultimately the way that we see the library today is probably it's probably a culmination of what's going on around it. So I think with bringing forward the regeneration of the site, there's a real opportunity. I mean, you'd like to think if you were the owner of that building, you'd be quite excited about a large development taking place, the right development that is, and obviously we'll come to that. But a development that then suddenly makes you able to break down those barriers in terms of the perimeter around the site, have open access, look up a green boulevard, and therefore, actually, is there another use that could have a wider benefit than just the office space that's in there at the moment?
Thank you. Councillor Finnegan, please.
Thanks, Chair. There's a lot of pictures of kids in your presentation at this particular point. That means you need to get the housing mix right in terms of policy H4, and we should be starting to say those are minimum, not the maximum that we expect out of developers. And again, with EN1 and EN2, same again, those should be regarded as minimum targets, not maximum targets. Thanks, Chair.
Any further questions? Can we go on to comments then, please? Any comments? Councillor Campbell, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Again, in no particular order, it would seem to me that the principle of development, I think, is probably accepted because it's a long-standing policy. But it would seem, if we're looking at the mass transit system, that we might, and perhaps this is directed at the developers, you might want to look at developing parts of the site which might not be affected by the mass transit system before you do the rest of it. You put in a lot of residential on here. It's a very significant amount of residential. And I actually walked back from this site, back up to Civic Hall. And there's a substantial area where the walk is not very pleasant, but also there's a substantial area with no facilities whatsoever. In fact, in the entirety of my walk back until I got to the point crossing the canal, the only facility that I walked past was a very, very small sandwich shop. So I think the needs, if we're going to put this many people at this point, we need to start thinking about where is that corner shop, because and similar with the offices, because I'm asking myself the question is, if I got a job in the office, how would I get there? Now you say you can walk from the station. Yes, you can, but you're at the very edge of that walk, in my opinion. It's a good 15-20 minute walk if you can get a train there. If you wanted to get there by any other means, like a bus, it would be, I think, quite difficult. So I think we need to think about how they're going to do that. The amenity space, there's a lot of development going on this site. So my view is you need a lot of ground level amenity space. And I know you've got bits on the roof because developers now seem to be putting bits on the roof for residents, but actually it's part of the wider community. And so I'd be interested, you've got some very nice photographs there. I'll be interested to see if you could actually replicate that on site. I think I'll look at the 4-6-story block adjacent to the old library. And I think that appears to dominate the library. I think you need to think again about that configuration on that corner. It does seem to me that I know you talk about it being an asset, and it is, but it gets swamped, in my opinion, by the 6 stories behind it. I feel slightly sorry for the commercial pub, because I know we're keeping it there, but it looks like it's slightly left adrift in many ways, because you need to keep that particular building, and that's the lowest point. And I'd be interested to see how you actually, instead of, at the moment, it faces out onto the road, doesn't it? But actually, it's about how do you actually make it face into the development. And I always have this question about the question about the clubhouse. I mean, I'm not really clear what its function is. There's quite a substantial length of railway track against the side of the development. I think I would be looking to see some fairly substantial buffer between the railway and the residential on that particular line. I'm looking at your 27-story, gateway building. I'm not sure what that's a gateway to, because you come under the railway arch and then you've got a 27-story building. I'm not sure about that, I have to be honest with you. And in fact, in some ways, I find what you're showing as very blocky. And I think it's about looking back at some of the ones we've looked at this afternoon, really, about actually trying to get shape and form that's more adventurous and reflects the site in a way that I'm afraid that a lot of these blocks don't. Now, I appreciate it's work in progress, but these are my suggestions as to how we might go forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Colin. Councillor Walshaw, please.
Yep, thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's an interesting set of proposals so far. Don't want to go over points that have been made already, but I think just in respect to Councillor Campbell's points about the tower being there, I think if you don't put the tower in that location, I'm not sure where you put it, and if you're needing those for units, it's an area I'd be reasonably comfortable to have some height there. But it is a big strategic site for the city. It's over 1,200 housing units. We'd obviously will be wanting to see a very, very high quality development come forward, and there's all the signs that's going to come to pass. There is a lot of greenery on your artist impressions. That's reassuring. It's always good to see some thought going in there. I'm sure you'll have picked up on Councillor Nash's comments about trees previously. I think it is important to get the right urban environment at the start. This is why we have pre-apps, isn't it? I mean, they're of enormous use. You'll have heard from previous discussions about, I think we mentioned it right at the start of this item, that we are very, very serious about our zero carbon commitments, and we'd want to see that come forward in this. We do believe in being materials led rather than technology led, but we obviously want to see the appropriate technologies as well. And I appreciate it's a dynamic policy environment, both locally and nationally, but you really need to put a lot of effort into that. And there's clearly some thoughts on a good start being put in so far. I would come back though to, there are issues, and not every problem can be solved by every planning application. We understand that. But there are concerns about local infrastructure, local services, where will people do the various things that they need to do. That's a strategic issue for the city, but that needs to be reflected in the ways that it can be in this application. The housing mix is going to be crucial. There is an awful lot of scope in this site to produce a really interesting range of accommodation options, and we want to see that come forward, Chair, I think, when it comes to pass. But yeah, really good start, lots of permeability, pays attention to mass transit, which may or may not happen in Leeds. We've had some experience in that regard. So fingers crossed this time, But yeah, I'm pleased with Chair, given those caveats. I think it's a really promising piece of work.
Thank you, Neil. Any final comments before we go on to our written? Caroline?
It's a question. When I look at page 117 of the presentation and I just see the block forms of the buildings that are going to be, and I look to see how much green space there is left between those blocks, and I compare that with some of the images that you've put later in the presentation representing green space, I just ask myself whether there is actually enough space between those buildings to actually create the effects that you're illustrating on the green space pages. Or have you given the impression of there being more than there actually is? Is the part of my question I'm getting to.
Do you want me to respond to that? Yeah, I certainly think the view. I think the page I'm assuming you're looking at that page. Yeah, I think the view we've taken there is a sort of isometric bird's eye view. So what you're not seeing is any of the courtyards between the buildings. So we're not. If we were looking at a plan, I think you would see quite a lot more landscaping than the viewpoint we are seeing there. But I'll probably hand over to John actually to cover some of the more detailed landscape points.
Yeah, it's obviously difficult from some of these images to get an idea or sense of scale. So I think that's really important. Just as a comparison, when we talk about Sweet Street Square, so the main arrival point in the northeast of the development, that is the equivalent size of a Sovereign Square or a Playhouse Gardens or a Queen Square up by the arena. So in terms of size and scale and proportion, that's the type of development it's comparable to. In terms of St John's Green or the linear park space or the boulevard space, I think it's 21 or 22 meters building to building. Again, that allows for substantial greenery through the center of that space, as well as circulation space to the north and south, and secondary or tertiary circulation space through that green space. So they are very large spaces between these buildings. Hopefully that helps in terms of scale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very quickly, all I would like to say is I just support the suggestion that's already been made that the library and the pub are in a lot of ways trivialized by the relationship with the buildings around them. The building behind the library is far too big in relation to and its closeness to the library. It doesn't help it in any way at all. And I say it almost becomes irrelevant. And the same is with the pub. The pub is far too far away from, from anything else in order to look to be part of anything. It's there like a pea on a drum on its own. And I just think that, I say, the pub would be better gone than left like that. So it really needs a bit more attention into how it's built into the plan. I am not seriously suggesting the pub should go, by the way.
I think it's a personal opinion, but I don't think too many people agree with you on that one. And you've a perfect right to make it, Graham.
I beg your pardon, what do people not agree with?
The pub should be gone.
I didn't say that.
That's right. Sounded like it.
What I said was, it would be better. Yes, I said it, but I didn't want it to go. What I'm saying is, you're better not having it than having it looking like that, because it just is not done any favours at all. But that is not an invitation to knock the pub down, by the way. Right.
Relief to know. Thank you. I mean, presumably when the scheme is worked up, it won't look like it is now. It's been set on fire and it's in a pretty dilapidated state, which I hope would improve. Okay, can we move on to? You want to change them?
No, well, we asked the question. They didn't put it forward in their presentation.
Page 115. Again, we have some questions. Do members have any comments on the proposed mix of uses? No? We're happy on that, are we? Yep. It sounds a good mix. Do members support the emergent design, scale and layout of the development? Well, we have raised questions regarding that, haven't we? So, yep. Do members support the approach to residential and office car parking provision in this location? It is in the report, but you didn't raise it. Do members have any?
Page 114.
Okay. Yes, here in it. Yep. Okay, do I take that as a general? Yes? Yeah. Lovely. That's fine. Thank you for that. A lot of things for you guys who's going to bring the application forward to consider. But thank you very much for your presentation. A very exciting proposal, bringing life to a desolate and long deserted part of the city. Hopefully it can be integrated into Holbeck. And I'm delighted that you are liaising closely with local people, Holbeck communities and what have you. Please continue that, because obviously they're going to have to live with it for a long time after it's built. So thank you for your presentation. And I wish you all a good night.
Well done.